Well, hello everybody that's out there. Here we are for our August 15th Photo Lounge general discussion. We have a special presentation tonight. We have, a established at this point Astro Photography team, of which, my finger can't get there. The guy in the middle at the bottom, Robert. He's doing the pitch tonight or the narration tonight for something that he worked on diligently for quite a while and put together instructions on how to do light painting. So I myself am very much been looking forward to seeing this presentation, and I'm sure everybody else that comes in the next few minutes, hopefully we'll get up to 15, 20 people before we actually start it. We'll do our normal. We'll have the presentation. We'll talk some rumors. We'll talk about the new Z70 that I have on my shelf that I just bought yesterday. Then I can't tell anybody about because Nikon sent it to me by accident. And we'll have other discussion as well. And before we get started, we'll go around clockwise here, starting with Roy, and update us with what you've been up to, what you're doing, and what you plan on doing. I'm sure I'm good and glad to see you. Without having to have the patch on the eye. How you feeling? How you doing?
Better from my side. I've been doing very little. I've been slacking off most of the time. I bought a couple of lenses and a camera. But I haven't, apart from that, I've actually got less than 200 lenses now. I've been giving them away.
Oh, wow.
200.
You have any spare?
We can do a lens rental from Roy.
Yeah. That's why you should start a lens rental company, get more income.
So Roy, so you're doing more from GoPro promotion with your hat, or?
Yeah.
Yes, I forgot I had that on. Because I'm a little bit sight impaired at the moment.
Okay,
my eyes get better. I'm mainly using action cameras.
Oh, so
and I don't like
it. So that's a real. So
too little.
He
Yeah.
ranks in the photo community though because he has a Hasselblad shirt on. Just to let you know.
With Roy, we never know because
I'm not going to wear a DJI one.
That's how we treat our prisoners in Australia.
With Roy, we never know because he's a practical joker. Okay, nobody has shown here with a propeller head hat before, so I don't know whether this is for real or is it just kidding. Yeah, that way it's not going to work for sure, unless you want side view.
Side view looks like your coat hanger.
I like that.
Exactly.
Can hang my coat on the hook.
Good to hear from you, Roy, for sure. We love you to have you here. You know that. All right. So it's my turn.
Your turn.
So not much. So it's still hummingbird season for me here. And I show you, I got a couple of images to show you of hummingbirds. Also, I have been working on the painful process, as Terry knows, of going through all your photos, deciding which ones you're going to work, which ones you're going to keep, etc., etc. So that's from my Ireland trip. So I will show a couple of photos from the Ireland trip. So that's basically it. The weather much better here in Colorado. The temperature finally came down a little bit, and we have 3 days with what they call monsoon rains here. So afternoon rain, which makes the weather much pleasant. So that's it from me, Mr. Terry. What about you?
He's disappeared.
He's frozen.
He's hiding.
He's hiding. Terry, we cannot hear you. We could see a frozen image of you.
I saw he was paying. I thought he was paying attention to me, but it's not. It's just that he's frozen.
Yeah.
I just see the background. That's all I see.
Okay. Randall, we'll skip over to you, and we can't hear you.
Still can't hear you. He's going to be silent all night.
Okay, so Terry is cycling here.
Yeah, Terry's reconfiguring. Randall's can't speak anymore.
So let's go to Robert.
And I don't read lips very well, so we're out of luck with Randall right at the moment. Robert, obviously you've been up to trying to get this presentation put together and working with the team and everything, but other than that, how are you feeling? How close are you to retirement?
I don't know how close I am. I have to figure that out. But yeah, otherwise just been working and trying to fit in the presentation when I can, and haven't really been doing much photography, just haven't had the time. And was actually looking at my spreadsheet and I noticed I have not bought any camera equipment this year. So my pocketbook is feeling good about that.
Well, that's something positive there.
Yeah, that isn't bad when you say, "Geez, how did I get this extra money in my
well, that's
bank
what I was looking. What I normally have less money than this in my bank account. Oh yeah, I haven't bought any camera.
I had Randall here for a second. I don't know. Okay, there he is.
Randall.
Still can't hear you. He's like, one more time. One more time.
You can hear me. Hopefully.
But we lost Terry, so
This is like the Hollywood squares gone bad.
exactly.
So I did a video with an overhead camera for the
You can
product.
hear you now anyway.
Yeah,
And,
you're out of sync, but we can hear you.
So anyway, what happened was
That's okay. It's more
I
amusing.
changed microphone.
This is with one of the old, Hong Kong.
I don't think this show is going to get 5 stars.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys.
Probably more.
Robert, talking about being professional. What the hell happened today?
I think that went out the window.
Forget the professional part. Let's just go back to being silly like we usually are, right?
Exactly.
Let's go in and say hi to the folks that are in there.
Exactly.
David Stewart said he was going to be 15 minutes late, but I think he's having some other issues because I think he's out in the middle of nowhere again. And
can you see me now?
we've got Ruben.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I'm losing connection.
So hello to Ruben. We've got, and you're always welcome to enter the panel anytime you want. Even if you wanted to come on the panel tonight, since we're having so much fun being a dysfunctional family up here, one more person isn't going to matter. You could, go into the link and you'll pop in on the panel as well. Robert Varner's here. We appreciate that. Robert, always filling the body count. Bob, our photos is here. Ted, aka Art Bear. Hello, Ted. How you doing? Ted sent me an email today, checking on me, which was nice. We've got the drunk wedding photographer here, and speaking of wedding photography, some of you may know I was in California. I was there to basically go to our friend Mazman's wedding. So that was a beautiful event. And actually the first time that I got to go to California and, got there, 3 or 4 days early, got to do some shooting with Tim, and I'll talk about that more later on. But first time I got to go, that wasn't a business trip, which usually when you're on a lot of business trips, you don't really have extra time to go gallivanting around and seeing things. So it was the first time I got to actually see some things. It was very, very enjoyable.
So The natural question is, did you photograph Tim's wedding?
I have some photographs I'll share only if he comes on in the chat and gives me permission to.
Of course.
Okay. If he says it's okay, I'll share, 2 or 3 or 4 pictures.
But you were not the official photographer.
No, I was not the official photographer. I got to know the official photographer pretty good, and the assistant photographer. We talked a lot. And the funny thing is, he had a saxophone player there, and the saxophone player, sent me a hello through the channel, and watched one of some of our content here, and said hello to me. Says, "Oh, remember me from the wedding? Good to see you. Blah blah blah." So now I have if I need a saxophone player, I guess I can contact him. We could have used a saxophone player at the beginning of the show, but before we get into the meat and potatoes of the presentation, remember to do the QQQ if you have questions. Robert, are you okay with us putting those questions up as you're talking so you can address them when it makes sense for you to do so, or do you want people to hold all their questions to the end?
No, absolutely. Feel free to ask questions at any point, wherever, or if it's even all of a sudden you had a question about a few slides back, I don't mind going back and talking about it. So.
More conversational, correct?
Yeah.
And the presentation, guys, so there is a presentation and a demonstration. I think please do pay attention to the demonstration, because it demystifies a lot of the process of doing this kind of light painting, but also the process that you have to do afterwards. So I comment a lot of recognition to Robert to make such a comprehensive presentation today.
Hello to Jeff and Leslie. They just popped in. Hello, our friends. Jeff has a video out, by the way. That Jeff likes to make his own guns. Okay, so he did a video where he did a little test firing, and thankfully it was successful, and the weapon discharged in the forward direction, and he is still with us. So successful test of a gun that he made. So check out his channel. Tim, I got a question for you later on when we may share some images from different places. Do you have any? Let me know if you have any objection to me sharing maybe 2 or 3 pictures from your wedding. I don't want to do it without your permission. So, but I think everybody is congratulations go out to you and Inga, and I can tell you, they are a good couple, but you didn't hear it here. They are a good couple. And part of the discussion later in the show, because it didn't take long for a bunch of Z70 videos to come out once Apple accidentally ? I'm going to put a big question mark there, whether it was an accident or a forced leak or whatever you want to call it, referencing that model number. So there's videos out there, and we'll talk about that a little later on after the presentation. But it'll be a point of discussion in the conversation tonight as we go on. So we got 15 people, and well, I made sure the images are very nice. Well, they're polite. There's no awkward moments. And I got rid of the R-rated stuff. I'm not showing any of that.
Did you trust his judgment? That's the question.
Yeah, if he trusts my judgment, I don't know if I'm going to find that unusual. Maybe if he trusts my judgment, because he knows my sense of humor can be quite radical at times. So I don't know.
So you're only going to show the XXX stuff, no R.
Yeah, no R. The X-rated stuff's still fair game, but the R stuff, no. And Robert, let me know when you feel like hopping in and getting started.
Yes. So let's reiterate the people. Let me go quickly here through the agenda so that people know what we're going to have. In the meantime, also we didn't have opportunity for Terry and David to tell us what they have been doing. So we come back quickly through that. So, whoops, no. So with regard to the agenda, so just to reiterate here, let me go here to this. Oh no, okay. So no, we cannot do that. So let me stop sharing and
Start sharing.
and then and I bring that later. Let's go to Terry. So Terry, what have you been up to?
Well, I'm working on the presentation actually.
All
Nothing
right.
more. Nothing more. Just liking. I like
Nice
indoors.
job.
Yeah. Yeah. So what he's referring, and we will mention that later on, is that Mr. Terry here has agreed and made a commitment to make a presentation on September 19 on his safari trip to Chobe in Botswana. So we finally twist his arm enough that he yeah,
That's why I had to put a cortisone in my shoulder.
exactly. So
We lost Randall again, huh?
No, he's
Oh,
there.
Randall is here.
Okay. The Hollywood squares keep getting bounced around here, so it's like.
So anyway, so Terry, thank you very much, and obviously we will have a promo for that. So you will
My
see some of
pleasure.
the beautiful images from Terry. All right, and Mr. David Stewart.
Okay, I just spent a week just outside the Banff and Jasper National Parks, and it was we had a fair bit of smoke that came from a fire in Spokane, and but we had a little bit of extra from BC just to tune it up a bit, you know. But the week that I was there, we had 2 days where the smoke wasn't too bad, but I did manage to get a couple of good shots, and it's and we're back to our Astro Photography group meeting once a week. Sometimes this week is spelled a WEAK, but we do what we can, and it's for anybody that wants to join the group, they can send Jeff an email and he'll forward it on, and we can all get together. But then I'm getting ready to go back camping again. And Anita just returned from Alaska.
Yes.
Been taking lessons from Terry about how to use her camera, but she only has a Z8 instead of a 9, so that it's only a tenth as fast as the 9, and her off button works.
Yeah.
Yeah, but other than that, that's all I've been up to.
Yes.
I
Hopefully.
need a clarification. Did the smoke was from the local area too, maybe?
Well, it was there are no fires in Alberta.
That's why we call it now fires.
Oh yeah, they had lots of fires.
They're all over the place.
BC had over 100, but the main smoke, it was coming from Spokane, because they ended up burning a whole bunch of trees in Spokane, and they're coming into British Columbia. They're going across the border, and there's no ice people there to put it out.
Politics, shame.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. He doesn't say anything about the local smoker.
Hey, all I know is my kids in Connecticut were choking on smoke from Canada about 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah. But the smoke now is coming from the States.
Yeah, and it's all
You're
over
importing
the world too.
So anyway, so
let's move forward here, and bring up Robert's presentation.
I noticed there was a question in the chat from Ruben about social media. I personally don't use it, so I don't know if any of you guys do. Whether any he was asking whether we do social media to follow folks.
Well, I do try. Well, I have Facebook. I rarely use it. I have an account. I do stream this. I went in Facebook today for a different reason and did find the previous stream in Facebook. I didn't see any indication that anybody watched it, but it was there.
Meta throw me out anyway.
You know, so but I don't use Facebook a lot. I don't use Instagram. I mean, the way I look at it, if anything I want to share that I want to do it through this channel and through our photo reviews that we do, because if I start sharing it on all those other places, since I'm not doing it to
he can follow the channel.
Increase my wallet size for any reason. I don't want to get into trying to maintain stuff across multiple platforms. I just don't have the time for that. That's just
I think
he can follow the channel here.
Yeah.
That's the best option for everybody to know what everybody here is doing, including the people in the chat. Correct?
Yeah. Well, this is social media here. You know, and this is where we all are.
Yes, very good. All right, Mr. Robert. So
we'll get this up.
All right. Hopefully, technology works and I don't muck this up too bad. And all right, is this slide moving?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go into light painting and how you can add it to astro scenes and so forth. You can actually even do it for any kind of a nighttime photography you want to do. So what is light painting? So the word photograph literally means to draw with light. It is derived from the Greek words phos, meaning light, and graphe, meaning to draw or write. So that's essentially what you're doing, just in a very more deliberate way. And the purpose of using it with astro landscape photographs is that it allows you to highlight a foreground subject that you would otherwise not be visible, because a lot of times it's just a dark field or wherever you may be. Or if there is some natural light, it's going to give you sort of a flat light, and you can enhance the subject that may be in front of it, the camera there with some flashlights and so forth, and get more depth and pop into the scene. And it's pretty simple as far as the actual lighting part. You're just using a flashlight or torch for those in the Commonwealth. And you're going to move it around the scene and just paint in your foreground during your exposure. And we'll get into different types of exposures where you do single or multi-exposure or whatever the case may be. But that's the simple part of it. Is just you're literally just lighting up your scene, your foreground with a flashlight. As with anything in astro, a lot of time you got to do planning first, right? So you should always go scout the location in advance during the day, especially if it's a location you've never been to. You want to make sure you can visualize what the composition is going to be like, see where you want to set up your camera, what obstacles may be in the area. You don't want to come across them when it's dark. So you can prepare for that. And if you're going to be photographing the Milky Way, then use of an app such as PhotoPills is helpful to visualize where the Milky Way will be relative to your subject and at what time of the night it's gonna be there. If you're doing something like star trails, you can also use PhotoPills for that to determine where are the celestial poles, the northern and southern celestial poles, so you can align yourself that way. Sometimes, some things people like to do with star trails is have them centered around some tower or a tree or some other object. So for that, you need to understand where the celestial pole is. All right, so I mentioned photo pills for planning. So below you can see a screenshot that's done using the night AR, which is augmented reality option in photo pills. And what that does is it essentially, when you press on that, it turns on the camera and overlays the sky, right, where the Milky Way is and so forth. And then you can move yourself around to see, okay, where's the Milky Way? Where's it going to line up? Because you may be looking north. Well, the Milky Way is south, so you're looking in the wrong direction. So you got to make sure you're oriented in the right direction for wherever your subject is. And then you can easily just swipe the bottom of the screen left or right to dial in the time, right? So as you move it to the right, it's going to go forward in time. If you move it to the left, it's going to go backwards in time. And you can set it for any day that you want, right? You may decide, okay, what's it going to look like 3 months from now? You just happen to be there now, but you can set whatever day you want. So the two panels that on the left there, that's the that specific panel is giving you the visibility of the galactic core of the Milky Way. So for those of you that aren't familiar with the Milky Way, those dotted lines that go, about 180 degrees around, and they start increasing in size, is signifying the Milky Way. The biggest dot, which has a white line going through it, a heavy white line going through it, is the core, which is signified by that orange ball in the image on the right.
Okay.
So when you move the timeline at the bottom, you can see where the Milky Way is going to rise, and the lines indicate too where, like I think the gray line to the right indicates where it rises, and then the other white line is where it stops being visible. But you can also see that in the information up above. So on the one on the left, it gives you the visibility of the core, and it says it's from, in this case for this date, 2:46 a.m. to 5:13 a.m. So that's your window of opportunity, and where it's going to rise from, what the altitude is, and so forth. And then the other panel just gives you when the nautical, civil, astronomical times are, so you know when to, you're going to get into a sunrise type of thing. You know what your time scale is.
Yeah, Robert, we can actually see your cursor if you push, if you use it.
Forgot about doing that part. So this is what I was talking about, is that there. And then to select it, you just press this button on the bottom. It says Night AR, and you get this. I've cropped all the top and bottom stuff off, but and so in this case, this is a little field near my friends up in New Hampshire, and this belongs to somebody who used to have horses, and had a horse in this paddock, and then after the horse passed away, he opened up this area and put a little bench and some pots for flowers and so forth, for people in the area to sort of sit there and enjoy the view. And you can't see it from here, but there's a plaque on the back that says, "Please sit and enjoy the view." And so what I was visualizing is, sort of enjoy the view of the Milky Way, right? So I wanted to see, would the Milky Way line up with this? And it did. So that's what the plan was for this photo. So this is the image, right? So when I was doing that, right, it's showing the Milky Way sort of by these trees, right? And that's where it ended up being. I was out there, I think at 4 a.m. It was bloody cold. It was 10 Fahrenheit, minus 14 Celsius. So my fingers were freezing. But so as you see, the foreground is just all black. Right? You don't see anything. You just see the outline of the trees. But if you add in some light painting, then you get your image. You get the rest of it. Now you have this more three-dimensional image, and it tells more of a story. All right, so what do you need to do this? Well, as I mentioned, you just need a flashlight, frankly, as a minimum. You can also use a small light panel. So it kind of depends on what you want to do. If you're lighting something small, like that bench and those rocks that were there, then a flashlight's all you really need. If you want to light up a building or something larger like that, then you could probably do it with a light panel, or have that light panel help you, and you light up certain portions of the flashlight, but then you have the light panel off to the side, out of view from the camera, that lights up the rest of the scene a bit for you. It all depends on what you want to light up and what you're visualizing for an image. As far as flashlights, you're going to want to use LED flashlights. The incandescent ones they're nowhere near as bright as an LED flashlight is nowadays, and so this helps you reduce the time that you need to light up the area by using a brighter flashlight. The problem is LED flashlights are harsh. They give you a bluish cast to the scene. So you can fix that by putting a gel in front of it to get warmer tones. And what you want to use is what's called a half CTO gel. And a half, there's different strengths of it, right? Densities of it. So I think they come in quarter, half, and full. And CTO just stands for color, temperature, orange. If you're familiar with gels for studio lights and so forth, that's what you would be using as things like this. There's color, temperature, orange, color, temperature, red, blue, green, whatever.
And Robert, those are already available in places
anywhere,
like camera stores and B&H and
Amazon, wherever you want to get them. Usually, I bought a sheet that was maybe 20 inch by 20 inch or 2 foot by 2 foot, I forget. And it might have been $10, $12 on B&H or something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, any camera store should have them. If not, like I said, Amazon and B&H have them for sure. Adorama has them. The flashlights I've been using, as I mentioned, you want something pretty bright, are made by LED Lenser. It's a German company. They're very high quality flashlights. They're really, really good, but they're also pricey. But I mean, it's all billet aluminum stuff and whatever. This particular one is a rechargeable one, so it actually has a magnetic charge port at the back. So it has a wall mount, and then I just walk and hang it up there, and it's charging. And that gives a max of 1,000 lumens. You're never going to get that out of an incandescent mag light. And then here you can just see the difference between the standard light, and when you put the gel in front of it, you get a much warmer light out of it. With regard to light panels, again, they can be helpful depending on the scene you want. I think most things out there nowadays are probably adjustable. I don't think I've found one that's not adjustable. And you want to, if you have an adjustable light panel, you want to set it to around 3200 Kelvin. So that'll match that half CTO color that you get. That way you don't have mismatched colors that are going to be a bear to try to, correct in post-processing. And you're going to use those as a static light source. This is not what you're going to use waving around to light up something, because it's a pretty wide area beam that you're going to get. You want to use the flashlight for more directed light. But with the flashlight, you definitely want to move it. You don't want to just stand there and light one section and then move to another section, because you're just going to create hot spots. By moving them around, moving the flashlight around, you're creating a more a feathered approach, right? So think of your brush in Lightroom and Photoshop, etc. and when you select a feather on a brush, that's essentially what you're doing by waving the light around. Is you're feathering the edges, and you can concentrate on certain areas and by staying there a little longer and making those brighter, but you don't have a defined light end to the light because you're moving it around. It spreads out.
And you mentioned it to me at one time, Robert, that you don't stand behind the camera when you're doing that, correct?
Yeah, and I'm going to get into that
Okay.
in some of these slides. It might even be next. I don't know, but we'll see. I forget where I talk about it, and I have some examples of it. Oh, look at that. You're the straight man. Light painting should be performed from the sides, not from the viewpoint of the camera. And the reason for that, if you're going to light up the subject from the same viewpoint as a camera, it's just going to give you a flat light. And it's going to lack detail. The subject's going to lack detail. Whereas if you light it from the sides, then you bring out the texture of that subject by introducing small shadows, because and give the depth to the image. And you can emphasize the light more from one side than the other, depending again on what you envision for this image to look like. For like the grass and ground areas, you don't want to light them from, say, holding it shoulder height or from overhead, because again, you start to get more of a flat look. You want to, bend down a bit, and just sort of wave the flashlight around, maybe a foot or so above the ground. So it should bring it down to about your knees or ankle or whatever you're comfortable with, to give more detail on the surface, the ground details, whether it's small little stones or if it's blades of grass. And so what I mentioned before is that you can do this a number of ways. You can have a single exposure. So the single exposure is you're going to be shooting the sky and your subject all in one image. This is going to need a lot less processing. So if you're not comfortable with doing different, stacking and doing layers and so forth on your image, and you want to try doing just a single exposure, this is one approach you can take. Everything gets exposed at the same time. It's going to be more difficult though, right? Because you're going to need to have some time to walk around the area. So you're going to probably want an exposure around 15-20 seconds to give you time to move around the foreground and light it up. And if it's a complicated scene that you want to light, you may not be able to do it in one image. Or you could use some light panels. Maybe that makes it a little easier, because then you don't have to move. You just set them off to the side, and maybe you put one that's stronger than the other on two different sides. That duration that you have is going to obviously be dependent on the focal lengths of your lens that you're shooting with. If you have a 14 millimeter, you're going to have more time than you are if you're shooting with the 28 millimeter, just because you're going to get more star trails on a 28 millimeter at 20 seconds than you will with a 14 millimeter at 20 seconds.
Okay.
So again, there's more limits to doing a single exposure. And you can use photo pills to determine what the proper exposure should be for the lens you got and the camera you got. And we went through some of this in our presentation that we did back last September. Gave some examples of that.
So let me get a clarification point. So for the foreground, it doesn't need to be light up in one of the images. You still can do it in one image and then another, and then combine that afterwards, correct?
Well, what we're talking about here is just having a single image. Right?
Okay.
And so in a single image, you've exposed for the sky, and you've also lit up your foreground and subject.
Okay.
And you're done.
Exactly. Okay.
Now, maybe there's ambient lighting, maybe there's enough, there's a moon behind you, and you can do it that way. There's
Okay.
enough ambient lighting to light it up. So like I said, it limits you a bit into what you can do because you're limited to that 15 to 20 seconds.
Yes.
Then, whereas if you're doing a composite, which we'll get into in the next few slides, then you can do whatever you want, pretty much.
Okay.
But it is more processing to do afterwards.
Thank you.
Yeah. And
Can
with
somebody
this,
mute his microphone, please?
and with a single image, I mean, if you're walking around and lighting up the area, be cognizant of what the angle of view of the lens is, because you don't want to walk in front of it and while you're lighting it, because now you're in the image and you can't just remove yourself that easily. With a composite, it won't matter because there you can easily get rubbed out because there's going to be another layer that has that information where you're not standing at that time. So, and I'll show that when we get into it. But it becomes more obvious when we start going into the multiple images. And the other thing too is the focus, right? So because you're trying to do everything at once, you got to focus to the hyperfocal distance that gets the sky and the foreground all in focus at the same time. You're going to want to probably take some practice shots. You can, again, photopills can help you with determining the hyperfocal distance. And again, you put in the camera and the lens you have, and it'll show you where it is if you want to have infinity focus to there. You may need to move a little bit further back from your subject. So if you've got a composition where you're really close to your subject, you're maybe a couple of feet away or 3 feet away, there's probably no way you're going to get that in focus and the stars in focus unless you're using something like an 8mm fisheye. So, you know, again, there's limitations. So for a composite exposure, this gives you the most flexibility. As you're going to take separate foreground images, separate sky images, and then you're going to combine them in software later. The sky images, again, even there you can take either a single image of the sky or you can do multiple images to stack those. The advantage with multiple images for the sky is, keep in mind, you're going to be at 3200, 4000, 5000, 6400 ISO. You're going to have more noise. And so when you stack multiple images, that reduces the noise. The software that's used to do that compares every picture, and since digital noise is random, it looks at it and says, okay, this little spot here is not in the others, therefore it's noise, I'm going to get rid of it. And that's how it makes it a cleaner image. And then the fact that you have multiple images of the same area gives you more detail, gives you more dynamic range that you can use to bring out the colors of the Milky Way and so forth. And so usually about 10 to 15 images is about all you really need for that. And I wouldn't go too much more than, say, 20, because keep in mind, the software has to stack. If you do 50, that's a long time between image 1 and image 50. And now you're really trying, because the way the stack works is it brings all the images back to the center, so it rotates them around. And if you have a foreground, that makes it more difficult to do that, and maybe it has to cut off certain parts. So usually, 20 is about a max, and you don't need to really get more than that. You don't gain any more from that. And the other thing is you want to shoot them as quickly as possible, right? You don't want to dilly-daddle between shots and just, okay, here's one, start talking to somebody, oh, here's another one. Do it right after the other. Keep in mind, each image is going to be probably 8 to 12 seconds. So if you're doing 15 images at 10 seconds each, it's 150 seconds. So now you've got a good 2.5 minutes. If you do 20, that's 3 minutes or so. And so, so obviously the stars are gonna move during those 2.5 to 3 minutes. And so the more time you take between each image, the longer the time is, and the more they move, and the harder the stacking becomes. So take them quickly as you can. I have a remote. I use the MC30 wired remote, and I just click it, take the picture. As soon as I see that it's taking the picture, I start and do the next one. You know, probably less than a second between each image. You can use a wireless remote too. And then, matter of fact, I use a wireless remote when I'm doing the light painting because I'm not going to be at the camera itself. I'll walk around lighting a scene, and then I'll take another picture and go to the other side, so I can be away from the camera. Intervalometer will work as well too. Just set it for about a second between each image. For the foreground images, when you get to the composite, now you're going to change your settings. You're going to lower your ISO to around 500 to get lower noise. 500, 400, 600. And I know we talked before about dual gain. If your camera has dual gain, set it at that. If you know what it is. If you don't, not a big deal. But 500 is a good point. You don't need to go down to 64 because then that means you know what you're maybe gaining in dynamic range. You're going to be spending a lot of time trying to light it up because you know that's like, I don't know, 8 times the light you need to light it up at 64. And you're going to refocus on your foreground versus being focused at infinity. Set your exposure for 20, 30 seconds. Doesn't really matter. Actually, you could go a minute if you want to give you more time to walk around. And take as many images as you think you may need. And then take some more. Because it's better to have too many images that you don't need than to start putting these all together and say, oh, damn, I didn't light up this specific spot here of that subject. And now you can't do it. You can't go recreate it. So you're stuck with that. And as I mentioned, constantly move your light source so you don't create a hot spot. Obviously, if you're using a light panel, then it's just going to light a wider area. And that's not an issue.
So Robert, let me ask you a question here.
Yeah.
Weather conditions. Obviously, you need to have a view of the sky for your background. But if you have a little bit of wind, does that create problems with, you know,
It
glass?
can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you tend to select a day that is also dead calm or very low wind?
No.
Okay.
You don't have to. I'm getting an echo for some reason.
Okay.
You don't have to, wait for a calm day or even a completely cloudless day, and I'll show you some later.
Okay.
Images, but you just got to be aware of it. Maybe you want to have little movement, and let's say you have some tall grasses in your scene or whatever. You may want to actually highlight the slight movement. I don't know. It depends on what you have envisioned. So I wouldn't say, no, the only time I can go out is when it's perfectly clear and there's zero wind. You just work with what you got, and you might be able to, maybe you have to do some slight changes in composition or whatever, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it.
Thank you.
And this goes part of it, right? Think about how you want to light the scene. You're going to want to choose where you want to have the strongest light to bring out the details of your object, and not everything needs to have a lot of light. So if there's, maybe you have grasses that are moving or whatever, then don't light those if they don't add anything to the picture. So for software, if you're doing a single exposure, you really don't need anything special. Just use your favorite image processing and denoising software. The hardest part is just figuring out how to edit a Milky Way image. If you're doing a composite, then you're going to need to have an image processor that can do layers. So Photoshop, Capture One, Pixelmator Pro. I'm sure there's many others that can do layers. Those are just 3 that I'm aware of. And then you also need stacking software for the sky images, and this is if you're doing Milky Way and things like that. So if you're a Mac user, the software you want is Starry Landscape Stacker. It's not free. It's $35. They have a $50 bundle if you also buy the Starry Star Stacker software. And the difference between the two is really in the names, right? So the Starry Landscape Stacker is if you're going to take an image that includes landscape. Whereas the Star Stacker is if you're doing deep space objects like nebulas, galaxies, and whatever else that you're not going to include any foreground image on. Those you're probably taking several hundred images to really get a lot of detail in those deep space objects. If you're a Windows user, then there's an application called Sequator, which is free. I believe it's hosted by Google. In other words, you can download it. You just do a search for Sequator and it goes to a Google site that you can just download it from. I don't think it's actually operated by Google. It's just, but that's where it's available. And then if you're doing star trails, there's Star Stacks or Photoshop. I know Terry has demonstrated doing star trails with Photoshop when he did his presentation last year. Star Stacks is another one where it'll just take all the stars, all the images you took of the star trails and put them all together. So that's some of the software.
So Robert, for somebody who wants to start this, right, and start experimenting with light painting and all that kind of stuff, probably you don't have to buy the gel for the flashlight and all that kind of thing to practice and to getting the gist of this. You would recommend to start with a single exposure, or you say go full blow into the composite image?
If you want to just try it, yeah, single exposure is probably the simplest thing to take. I just jumped in with both feet when the first time I did it and did the composite. I mean, I had been studying how to do it, and I'll give a reference to a gentleman in Australia called Richard Taddy. He is a wealth of knowledge on this, and this is his entire YouTube channel is all about astro landscape photography with light painting. That's his shtick. And he goes through a lot of and you want to see some beautiful images, go look at his website versus, I'll show you some, but they're nowhere near the level of what his stuff is. And he has quite a few videos on how to process them and so forth. But you could try something simple, right? You don't, like I said, you don't have to incorporate it into necessarily an astro image. Let's say you're in an area where you don't have a lot of dark skies. I don't know, maybe if you have something in your backyard, an old farm thing or whatever, I don't know, you can just go and practice by doing some light painting with that and just see how it looks, and just focus your picture on just something on the ground versus including the whole sky, if you try the light painting part of it, and then you can expand from there and include the sky and whatever else you want to do if you want to get a handle on it. There's an image that I want to take that my friend had told me about of this up in New Hampshire, of this old granite lathe, right? So it's a huge lathe that they would just put big chunks of granite in and turn them to granite columns and things like that. So it's off in the woods somewhere, and in this old dilapidated building, and I've had this image of just going and light painting that, having a night photo of that. Any does that answer your question, Gustavo?
Yes, and you have another question here that Jeff just posted.
Okay. What's the question?
Robert, do you use filter for light pollution?
I do not. There are filters for it. I don't have any experience with it, so I couldn't tell you whether or not how helpful they are. I try to, when I do this, I try to go to areas where there's a fairly low level of light pollution. There's still going to be something on the horizon from cities and so forth, and you'll see it in some of the photos, right? Especially where I was doing this up in New Hampshire, it seems that the Milky Way is always over. I think Lincoln, New Hampshire happens to be the town off in the distance, and you get a little glow there. But if you're closer to the cities or so forth, then you get it, and you get just the general sky has sort of got some light pollution. I haven't tried doing that, so I can't tell you how effective those filters are. But some people say they work pretty well.
Yeah, I have it and I use it. Yeah, don't expect to be miracle, but they help.
Yeah. So hopefully that answers the question.
And Roy before was asking or making a comment whether you can use the timer in your camera, see most of you, to use the replace the function of the intervalometer, correct?
Yeah, when I'm doing there's the intervalometer in the camera itself, right? You can set that to do your star images, and you can set that to just take an image every second. It's to take an image and then a second later take another image. But then as far as the ground and the foreground images, you can set it to 20, 30 seconds, whatever you want. Most cameras will go up to 30. Some of the newer Nikons will go up to 15 minutes. You don't need that, but if you wanted to do a 60-second one, for instance, you could now dial that in some of the newer Nikon cameras, and I'm sure other cameras have that capability as well.
And then you have a question from Jess and Leslie. I know that you mentioned it before, but I think it's worthwhile backtracking to that about the light and the filters that you use.
Yeah, I can just go back to that slide.
Exactly.
Which is here. So I have a few of these flashlights. You don't have to buy these flashlights. Just find whatever you find, or you may have already, but you want something that's got a fair amount of lumen capability. Probably 400 or 500 is a minimum, I would say. This one has a max of 1,000. The brighter it is, the less light, the less time you have to spend painting the subject, right? But the main thing to do, because LEDs are on the blue side, you want to put a filter in front of it to warm it up, and so what you want to use is a gel that's called half CTO for color temperature orange. You can get them anywhere. You can get them at any camera store. Typically would have it, or B&H or Amazon or Adorama or Paul's Service Photo. Any of those places would have them.
Yeah, and basically, when Robert showed me this slide before that I run, I asked a question that looks stupid, but he told me, reassured me that's okay. I know that some of my LED flashlights, they can get rather hot, okay? Mm-hmm. So I was afraid that these gels may get burned or caught fire. And
keep in mind, you're only keeping it on for like 20, 30 seconds.
Exactly.
It's not on for minutes. If you left it on for 5-10 minutes, yeah, maybe it might start doing something to the gel. But I've never had any issues on mine. This particular flashlight, they sell a holder for some filters and stuff like that, and so that just was convenient to use that. And I just cut a piece of the film, larger than the opening, and just slip that over the top, and it holds it up real easily. So that's just a clean way to do it for this particular flashlight. But all you need to do is just cut a square that you can fold over and use some electrical tape around the outside, and that's good enough.
Exactly. But don't leave it on forever, because
don't leave it on forever. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Thank you.
All right. I think we finished here and we're processing.
Yeah.
So we talked to.
Was
there a question?
No, it's about these gels. They're designed for stage lights.
Oh, that's true.
And the stage lights, they're often in the order of 500 watts, and so they get really hot. And when I was doing stage lighting, there's very rarely that I would ever melt a gel.
That's a good point, David. So on the processing end, again, single exposure, use your favorite image processor to bring out the details of the Milky Way. The only thing is, obviously, you're going to need to do some masking, because whatever you do to try to bring out the colors and the stars and what in your sky image, you don't want to have that apply to your foreground, right? You're going to want to do something different, so you're going to have to do some masking, but that's about as complicated as it gets. I'm not going to get into how to edit a Milky Way. I'm not the greatest at it, and there is a billion YouTube videos that you could watch on how to edit Milky Way that you'll learn a lot more than you will from me on that. For a composite exposure, if you took multiple images of the sky, then you're going to process them as desired first. At least this is the way they tell you to do it. I've done it the other way, where I just stack them and then process it. I haven't had a problem with that, but the preferred way is you process them first, and then you import them into your either Sequator or Starry Landscape Stacker, depending on whether you're a Mac or Windows user. Your foreground images, you're going to want to edit those first. Bring in any, change your white balance, whatever you need to do. Highlight your, if you want to add some contrast or add some vibrance, some basic editing that you're going to do. You don't need to do a lot. And then bring them into Photoshop or Capture One or whatever, because you're going to work on them as layers. So you're going to, in Lightroom, you're going to, if that's what you're using, you would do edit in Photoshop as layers versus edit in Photoshop. Because if you just click edit in Photoshop, it's going to open up 5 or 10 different images. If you do edit as layers, it's going to give you one image with those 5 or 10 different layers. And then what you're going to end up doing is blending all those layers to bring in the light, whatever amount of that layer that you want to show. And it's kind of hard to describe, but once you see it being done, which is why we're going to do a little demo afterwards, it'll become more obvious. And so you're just blending different parts of each layer together along with your sky image, and then it just becomes one homogeneous image. So for references, as I mentioned, I learned all this stuff from Richard Taddy. He's in like north of Melbourne area, down by Roy and Terry, that part of the world. His YouTube channel is called Nightscape Images, and then that's his website, nightscapeimages.com.au. And he focuses on astro landscape photography with a heavy emphasis on light painting. Go ahead. Was there a question? Okay. No. So another thing you may want to do, if this is new to you as far as astrophotography, we did a sort of a basic general introduction to astrophotography back last September 20th. So you can go back to watch that live stream on the Selective Imagery YouTube channel, and we get into equipment and so forth, lights and different things. If you're not familiar with doing astro landscape or any astrophotography. And I think then we're going to get into some examples. So is there any questions before we do that?
No, I think you have been answering some of the questions, so you can proceed, and we'll let you know if there is anything posted.
All right. Okay, so This first one's actually was an accident. So this was I wasn't trying to do any light painting with this. What I was trying to do was take a picture of the space station, the ISS, as it was going over the Neowise comet. Oops. It's probably using the mouse. And so I had done a trowel shot before and said, okay, I wanted to figure out how long do I want to make the exposure. So I did one when it was coming over this way. And it's okay, that looks about good. And started the next exposure. And then a car comes through. And there hadn't been a car down this road for 30 minutes. But in those 14 seconds of that exposure, a car came through. And then I started looking, rather than try to take all this stuff out, right? It's like, this is showing there's some cornfields in the back. There's these rocks over here. And there's this dead tree that I hadn't seen before. That I didn't notice it was there because it was dark. And so I thought, all right, let me go back the next day and actually do a light painting image of it. So that's what I did. I went back the next day. It was still clear. This is in July 2020. This is the Neowise comet. And so now I'm setting up for that. So here's an example of direct lighting, right? So and the reason I'm taking this image is I want to focus on the tree and I want to make sure that it's in sharp focus. So I'm using my flashlight directly from the camera just to be able to focus on it and make sure that it's sharp. But as you can see, it's kind of flat. You don't really get any detail in it. So when you go and add in all the side lighting and everything, then you end up with this. So now your tree has a lot more detail in it. You can see the bark and so forth. If you were to zoom in, you could see all the little nooks and crannies in the bark, the rocks. You can see all the veins and cracks in them because again, you're lighting from different sides, and therefore you're creating these little shadows in there, and you're able to see all that better. Not the greatest picture of a comet, but it just wasn't that visible at that point.
Yeah, that's important because when I did play a little bit with his technique, I didn't have your instructions, so it didn't look okay. I tried during the capturing some of the aurora, and my foreground didn't look okay, so I ended up using it, and it's because it was rather flat. But with this kind of illumination from the sides, helps a lot to bring some three-dimensionality to your image. Right?
Yeah. And so this is a composite of 16 different images, right? I was using the D850 with a 24-70, 28 millimeters, wide open. And I took 10 images of the sky, just 4 seconds each, through 2 at ISO 3200. There's no Milky Way here. I didn't need to get anything longer. Probably could have done a little longer for the comet, but that's what I did. It was just my first time with this. And then the foreground, I used 6 images, and each one I just set for 20 seconds. The other thing I forgot to mention is when you go do your foreground images, you're shooting wide open to do your sky. But when you go do your foreground images, now you're going to open up your or close down your aperture to 5.6 or 6.3, whatever, because to get some more depth of field for your subject. Because you're going to use a brighter light, right? You're not relying on needing to be wide open because you're looking at the sky. So you can close down and also lower your ISO.
So let me ask you a question, because you're talking about color temperature and the use of the filter for the flashlight to keep it and to eliminate the blueness of the regular LCD. So how do you set your white balance in your camera for this capture? Do you use auto capture or do you put a specific white balance number?
I tend to use auto white balance out of laziness.
Okay.
And just forgetting to set it, but and then when I'm processing, I'll set it to, if I'm doing Milky Way, I'll probably set it to around 32 to 3700. It starts getting too blue if you're in the 45 to 5000 range, I think. So this one may have been at a higher white balance. It's got a little more blue to the sky. So yeah, I haven't gotten really into the habit of setting my white balance specifically for the images, because I don't do this as often, that often where it would make sense, because then I'll forget it for some other image or something like that.
When you use RAW, you don't really need it anyway.
Yeah, you can if you're shooting raw, you can fix it in post. But I know David likes to set his white balance in camera for when he's doing the auroras, but he's doing that all the time, so it's a lot easier for him to keep track of all that.
He's an old guy. Go with the old ways.
Yeah. But the easy way to do it is use your different menu banks that you have in your camera, right, especially with the Nikons, because I've got one for Astro Photography and I got one for general buggering around, and I got them for different things. And so, and the nice thing about that is it remembers all of your settings. And so that I've got
as long,
yeah.
As long as you don't change something.
Right. I was going to say, as long as you don't change it. That's the one thing I hate with the banks is the minute I change something, if I don't set it back, it remembers that for the next time.
Yeah. But I've got my photo bank set up for, when it's set up for Astro Photography, it doesn't matter which one of my 4 cameras that I use for Astro Photography that I'm using, they're all come out the same. So it is much easier to do it that way, and take the time, and whenever somebody makes an odd change, just give him a kick in the ass, and he won't do that again.
I think the police are coming after you there, David.
Yeah. So David, question for you. So what in your bank, what white balance do you use? And for Robert, I think because Jeff and Leslie, when he was saying that he experimented with a barn, but he used a regular LED without a filter, so he ended reprocessing that one and warming it up, although he wasn't satisfied, correct? So that's the two questions that we have.
David, if you want to go first.
No, I gotta find it. Yeah,
he's looking.
He asked me a question, then expects me to know off the top of my head, and no, I don't.
You're a professional, aren't you?
Let's not start stretching the truth here, guys.
What do you think this is?
Do you think we actually know what we talk about? Really?
Yeah.
So I'm using a white balance of 3800 on my 850.
Okay.
And because I think that's as low as I can go, but and so all 4 of my cameras should be set up the same.
Yeah, and typically I find that I'm at 37, 39. I don't think I vary too much from there. And as far as the flashlight, the light source, yeah, it's tough trying to fix that in post if you have, say, other light sources around, like say there's some street lights or something nearby.
Okay.
Because now you're going to get sort of maybe an orange glow from those lights, and you're putting a blue light on from the flashlight, and you're trying to compensate for a light source you can't really mask that easily. So yeah, I'm not surprised he had a tough time with it. That's why it's better just to get a gel and warm it up to start with, rather than try to fix it in post.
Yeah, there's
make multiple exposures, and you can choose the right one after if you have interference with the lights.
Yeah, it's the advantage of having more than one shot. But when I went into this first, I watched a lot of videos from Jennifer Wu, and she was using 40-40 for her color temperature as her go-to, and she was a young Chinese lady, and man, did she ever know a lot. And it's, but that's how I got started. But I went to 3800 because I got my 810A, and I wanted my 850 to match it, and that was the one way that I could do, because otherwise, if I use auto white balance and I get 4 cameras, my my colors are different on them all, and you can't show them to anybody because they look like you're drunk or something, because the colors are all different.
All right, but couldn't you fix the others to match in post if they're all raw images?
Yes and no. It's much easier to do it before.
Oh, I agree. I completely agree.
Yeah. And just when you using the banks, it just makes it simple, because it changes everything to manual, and I got my ISO set, and a whole bunch of other things are in the bank, and so I don't have to think about it. And I just got to remember to change it back when I go to shoot in the daytime.
Yep. All right, let's see what the next one is. Okay, so this one's the thumbnail image from the beginning of the presentation and on the YouTube thumbnail. So this was up in New Hampshire as well. And this is a log cabin that it probably used to be somebody's hunting lodge or cabin or whatever many years ago. But it eventually got donated to the land trust for the area. And so, you can, it's a nice little thing to see as you're doing your hikes in the area. And you can go inside. And this particular shot, I had been there before, and again, I had scoped it out to see whether the Milky Way would show up, and it would be in that little pocket where you see it there, the core. And this day, it was clear all day long, and so my friend that I was visiting, we said, let's go take some pictures, and so it was, the Milky Way was going to be, this is in June time frame, so the Milky Way was going to be rising around 11 or 10:30 or so. So it wasn't like really stupid 3 o'clock in the morning thing. And so we decided to go do it. And of course, when we get there, there's clouds. But it's okay. I mean, this is the stacking software. It kept the stars still, and it let the clouds move. You see the streaking. The only thing I've got is a little banding, and haven't been able to try to fix any of that. But and so the sky was 19 images, again 10 seconds each, ISO 5000. For the foreground, I did about 12 images, and again 20 seconds, could be 25, doesn't really matter. It's just whatever time I set to be able to walk around. And this was with the Z6, so this is a 24 obviously megapixel sensor, and the Z1424 millimeter f2.8. And I also I mentioned light panel, so I used the light panel on the inside of the cabin for a few images, just to make it look like it's being lived in. So I just did an image where everything else was not lit, it was just inside, and then blended the windows in later. Just set it down low against the wall and set it like at 5%, and that was all you needed. This next one is, I decided to see, okay, what's it going to look like with just a single image of the clouds, and that doesn't look too bad either. Somebody was mentioning light pollution earlier. This is where I keep getting when I'm up there. There's a little bit of a small town down here that I get light pollution from. It always seems to be right where the Milky Way is. And then I sent these images to my friends, and I afterwards, and I said, I really messed up with this stump here of this tree, and because when I'd been there before, there is a path behind it, so you can get a gap. But I just didn't like the way it was sort of blending right in with the cabin. I said, at some point I want to redo this.
Yeah, it looks like a badger there, Robert.
Yeah, right there, kind of looks like.
Yeah.
So then his wife sent the picture back and said, "Here, I fixed it." And then she put her cat in it. and so
You did fix it.
Yeah, and so the stump is gone, and then
Wow.
just their cat Gaston is there, lying, looking down at the stars. And so that night the clouds finally cleared, so I did another series of images for the sky after we had done all the light painting of the cabin. But the Milky Way was almost gone here behind the trees, plus the clouds are like right over it, so it wasn't didn't end up being that great.
You got a little bit of green in that one from the aurora too.
Either that or it's the Z6 tends to have a little green in its sensor, I've found. I've noticed other people say that too, that when they use the Z6, they tend to have a little bit more of a green cast to the sky, and so versus the Z9.
Yeah.
This is also New Hampshire. This is a lot more complicated. This is an old 1800s cemetery. I almost said golf course for whatever reason. Cemetery up in New Hampshire, and shot this.
Well, that's where bad golfers go to die, I think.
Yeah, there it is. And use the Z9 with, again, the 14 and 24. I really like that lens. And did 19 images for the sky and 23 for the foreground. Now, this was a lot of blending. This took me forever. But, I was getting this tree, get some details in the trees and some of the headstones in the back. But the main focus was obviously this sort of family plot. It's a little bit skewed. And I couldn't get it quite square because what you can't see is that directly below this image is like 3 headstones. And so the camera was right over the headstones, and I couldn't really move back any further without getting the headstones in the picture and sort of blocking part of this part of the plot. But overall, it's not too bad. But yeah, it was a lot of processing. This is another example of, again, just direct light, right? This was the one time I've been able to try to get some aurora shots here in Connecticut. And at the end, it was just, we were getting some red sky, some green sky, nothing elaborate like what David gets up in Canada. But my friend from work was with me, and we decided, let's just do some light painting on the tree. So again, I'm just focusing on the tree to get the camera set up. I was using the 810A. These pictures are with the 810A and the Z9, and then all I ended up doing was lighting from either side. So this is going to just be a simple 2-image foreground, and so that's what that looks like.
Wow.
So just light it from the right side, and then light it from the left side, and stoop down to light a little bit of the ground too, right? And again, that's what I talk about. You don't want to light from the top. You light it from the bottom. You get these little details come up a little bit, a lot better. And then the sky is just a single image.
That's aurora, isn't it?
Yeah. This was back a couple of years ago. I think October of 24 is when we had some aurora here in Connecticut. And this with the I said D850. It's really the 8. I've screwed that up. That should say 810A. I messed that up. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I think I copied, and I was using the 28 millimeter f1.4. So I copied this data from like this one, and I just forgot to fix it. Next one. This is just natural light painting. This happened to be like almost a full moon behind me, like 90% full moon. But the subject obviously was the comet. But you can see the fields and the mountains in the back. You can still see, some details, and obviously this is all lit up. So this is all just moonlight. This might be a little bit of a street light off from the distance, helping a little bit too. But this was over at Newgate Prison. Jeff, you're familiar with that? Just in the back of it. But you can see the clouds are kind of lit up. So that's all moonlight. So that was with the DA50 2040-70 at 36 millimeters. And then finally, this one, showed you earlier. This was with the DA50 and the 14 and 24. And used 16 images for the sky and 6 or 7 for the foreground. And
yeah, I like how that worked out for you.
Yeah, good. And I don't know if you can read it, but here it says, "Please sit and enjoy the view."
Oh wow! Yeah.
I do have one with my friend sitting there, but I didn't light it quite right. When I was doing the lighting, I think I forgot to light up in front of her, and so her leg is like all black, and it just didn't come out right. Plus, she's all bundled up because it's 10 degrees. So this is one we're gonna do a demo on. So before we get into that, are there any other questions?
No, I mean, when you're done, Jeff Sluter sent me an image that he took that he wanted to share, that I'll throw in after you're done with everything. I'll bring his picture up and you can look at it.
Okay. So Jeff or Gustavo, if you want to just stop sharing this while I switch over to something else.
All right. Maybe what I'll do is I can always bring his up now, I suppose. Let's see. So this is an image that Jeff just sent me via email, that he took, 25-second shot. He used a flashlight, on the building, and then he, like I said, I think this is where he was talking about with the gel that you mentioned, with the flashlight to warm up the color. He ended up warming it up in post.
Yeah.
But not to the level I think that he necessarily wanted it. But this was a shot that he figured, he'd throw it out there for everybody to see, with his attempt at doing the light painting.
Yeah, and so what you can do, you can sort of, if you want to do a single shot, it gets tough. But if you do multiples, then you can come in and sort of just light the tree on its own, and maybe just highlight a couple sides of the building and some of the area around it. So you can play around with that, and you can get a lot of different vantage points. You also got this other tree on the left. You might be able to light that up.
I mean, this is obviously something that you have to take time to go out and practice a lot.
Exactly. The lighting portion, you can practice no matter if there is light pollution or not, correct?
Right. That's what I was getting at. Just use something. I don't know if this is a barn on his property or if that's just something nearby, but you can just practice with just any foreground you want.
Yeah, or just lighting, like you said, like you did, just practice lighting up trees and ground cover in your backyard.
Yeah. And for trees, it's good to come in underneath it too, to give it a little bit different depth to the leaves and so forth. So light from underneath a little bit.
So, Robert, I know you're going to go through that, but people will worry. Okay, if you're jumping around and running around, your ghostly image may show, correct? But you will address that, correct?
Yeah, I'll show you how to get rid of that.
Exactly. Very good. Thank you.
That's why it's useful to do layers and composites, because then you can actually, you're taking a bunch of images from the same vantage point, and in one of them you may be off to the right lighting something, and the other one you may be off to the left lighting something, and you just rub yourself out on the one wherever you show, and one of the other layers will have the data there from that image to fill in. All right, now hopefully, let me see where I want to start here. I think I want to be here. But hopefully, I didn't lose the capability to share like I did earlier. No, okay, so let me try, I think I'm gonna try sharing the screen, because that might be best for you. So let me know if you can see my Lightroom.
Yeah, we got it. We're there.
Okay. So these are these are going to be the sky images. I had I think about, like I said, 16 of them. You can see the stars sort of rotating around. And then
so these are from the cabin photo, or this is from the bench?
Not the bench, not the cabin.
Excellent.
So and then I took a bunch of foreground images, right? And I'm just, like I said, I'm only using 6 or 7 of them, but I took a lot of them, right? So that's why I said at the beginning, when you're doing this, take as many as you think you're going to need, and then just keep taking, right? So here's, just to go back, where is that? That's what the back of it says. Please sit and enjoy the view.
This detail was for you, David. Do not criticize me about the number of the images.
Well, Terry, if you're going to blend all yours, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, Bob didn't say he took 50,000.
I'll try.
That would be quite the view. 50,000 blended images of animals everywhere in Botswana. I like that.
Half an hour on movie.
So anyways, I took a bunch of different foreground images, right? So the ones that we're going to end up editing are, let's see, do I have all the ones I want? I don't need that one. All right, so I think I'm going to just have these 8. So we're going to have one for the sky, and then I'm going to have, these. I ended up selecting these to blend together for the foreground. And you can see me in the years, I'm walking around with the flashlight. I'm in the image, but this part is not the part of this layer that I'm going to use. I'm going to rub all this out because I'm using this part over here.
Okay.
One of the layers, some of the layers, you're only going to use maybe a little bit of a scene. So that's what we're going to use in Photoshop. But before that, to get the sky image, I mentioned using an app called Starry Landscape Stacker. And so I'll show you how that works. Let me just go down here. And I'm assuming you can still see this. You can see it switch to Starry Landscape Stacker?
Yeah.
Okay. So when it opens up, it's going to ask you where to get the images from. So I'll just select the ones that I was using. So I think it's these 16. And open.
It's moving fast.
Well, it doesn't take a lot.
Robert's
But
got a super computer at home anyway, I'm
no,
sure.
this doesn't take a lot of time. So it's just that my computer's slow, actually.
Oh, wow. What are you running?
A 6-year-old iMac. So it's showing all of them sort of at the same time. You can see the movement in the stars, so you can see that everything in the sky is kind of moving. By default, it's going to pick the image in the middle, and then the way this is going to work is you have to tell it where the foreground is by sort of drawing around it, and then once it knows that, it just takes all the images. And like I said, it defaults to the middle as being the pivot point, and all the images that are before it, it'll move ahead in time, and all the images that are after it will move back in time as far as so that it'll align all the stars to the one in the middle. And as I mentioned, it also looks at each one of them and says, okay, this little spot is not in the others, therefore it's noise. I'm going to get rid of it. It does that with satellites. It'll get rid of those too. You can have it just do it on its own, find the sky, but it's not too bad to just draw it in yourself. So, and I can zoom in, right, to give myself a little bit more definition here to where to put these. You're going to put these red dots essentially to define where to go. So I'm just going to do it right around here. And then if you cut into some of the foreground, you can fix it later, right? Once it defines it. So I'm just clicking and dragging to sort of define my outline. And then for the sides, it's real easy. You just run up the top and run across the top and back down. All right, so let's see whether it finds it. So it didn't do too bad. I think it's got a little bit of a, not sure if that's a, it's got some there that it sort of masked that it shouldn't have, so I can erase that. Where's the eraser? I haven't done this in a while. Apologies.
Down on the edit on the menu?
No, it's one of the buttons here. Let me see. Maybe it's just a...
Control or Alt?
Yeah, I think I just have to hit... Yeah, I'm doing that backwards. Making it worse. It's been a while since I did this, and I can't
Well,
seem
doesn't
to...
matter. This is a very small part. It's not.
Yeah. Anyways, you get the idea. You're going to be able to just tell it where it needs to be, and then it'll do a mask, and then you just do align and compose, and it aligns all the images And then you have your
Got it.
final image. And now it's a lot cleaner. Everything's aligned. Your foreground didn't move, even though obviously all the stars moved. So that's what the premise of this software is. You couldn't do this in Photoshop and mask the ground perfectly and let it and rotate all the others. It'd be almost impossible.
Robert, this program is for Windows?
Yeah. This particular one is this particular one is Mac only. For Windows, yeah, it's an echo. For Windows, you use an app called Sequator.
No, I meant for this program.
This is an Apple program.
This is a Mac only app.
Yeah, it's all right. That's why I asked. It's okay.
No, yeah. Sequator does something similar. Obviously, the button layout and whatever else it does is different. But the only thing that you couldn't do in Sequator when I've used it is you can't zoom in to try to get to, if you need to do some fine tuning on your foreground, if you've got some tall trees or something and you got stars between them, it's a little more difficult. But what I found you can do is use the zoom capability of Windows, right? So you can zoom your window and then do that, right? Rather than having to have a zoom in the app itself. But other than that, it's pretty similar in how it does it. The only other thing I've noticed between the two when I've edited the same images between Sequator and Star Landscape Stacker is that on Sequator I tend to get more yellow into the colors, but you can fix that in your processing. Yeah. And then from there you just save your image and then edit it if you haven't edited already. These are, I just imported the raw files like I mentioned before. I think the preference is you kind of edit your images first and then save them as TIFFs and import them in to this software. I tend to just import the raw files and then edit the output. It's whatever.
Which will be also TIFF, correct?
Yeah, I think the output for this is probably going to be, let's see, save. I think your only option is TIFF.
Yeah, I can see that it's marked TIFF. Perfect. Well, that's good. I mean that you have a lot of latitude for making changes in the image.
Right. So we won't save this since we already have one. So I'm just going to cancel out of this. All right. And then all of these, you would, as I mentioned, you would open them as layers in Photoshop. So you go up to edit, click on any one of them, highlight. Well, first you got to, do I have them all highlighted? Okay. Highlight all of them. And then go up and edit. Instead of doing edit in Photoshop, you go open as layers in Photoshop at the bottom. For those of you that have done layers before, you know that takes a while. So we will just go to them already open in Photoshop. So can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. First, I'm going to increase the size of it. Full screen. And so this one is the stars, and then the ones below are just, you know, individual ones here of the ground, of the foreground. So one thing, just to give you an idea of what it's going to look like, right? You can highlight them all, and then up in the blending area here where it says normal, you want to select lighten, and then you get everything, right? And so that gives you an idea of what it's going to look like. But now you're going to have to, it's all overly bright, right? You got to select how much of it you really want. And so we're going to go in and you can see the stars are all moving.
Yeah.
But we have to mask and get rid of the sky on all of the foreground images, right? I'm just going to use one of them for now. And then I'm going to take my sky image and I'm going to reduce the opacity of that down to maybe about 70% or so. And you'll see why in a minute. Because I really just want to be able to see where the skyline is. Because if I just go with the foreground layer, there's no sky there, and it's hard to see where the where the foreground, the skyline is. So I want to have that as a backlight essentially, but I don't want to have it be overpowering because then I can't see where I'm masking out. So you start with this one and you add a mask, and then you click on that mask to work on it, and then you're gonna start essentially rubbing out all of this. And to do that, you want to make sure you have a brush selected, and then you're gonna want to have this set to black. Black conceals, white reveals. So when you have it to set to black, it'll hide whatever's there when you paint over it. And then up here you're gonna have your feather modes and so forth. You can either do a hard feather, or really no feather, or a soft feather and so forth. And you can select the opacity and flow of it. When we're doing the blending of the individual foreground images, you're going to want to be down maybe about 25-30%. But for this, we're just going to get rid of all the stars, so we wanted it 100% and 100%. So I'm going to make this brush a little bigger, and I'm just going to start to remove all of this. And as you can see, you're seeing the stars from that first image, and so this way I can still see that I'm rubbing out the other sky. So it allows me to make sure I'm not I'm covering where I want to be. Make this smaller. Let me go in a little bit. And you can overlap because you're not going to really have anything from your foreground being lit up here. So it's not a big deal to overlap the trees a little bit. This way you make sure you cover all your stars, because if you leave the stars from the individual layers, then they're going to show up in your final version and you're going to see trailing. So that's why you want to get rid of all of these.
Your far away foreground on all the stuff will always be black anyway.
Right. Yeah. It's always going to be black, so it doesn't matter that you're hiding it on this image because it's going to be black on the sky image. I think that's probably pretty good.
Yeah.
You get the idea. Make the full size. And so then what we're going to do is we're going to take this mask and we're going to, in the Mac, I think you just hit the Option key and drag it down, and that copies it over. And so you're going to copy this mask to all of them. So this is going to remove the sky on all the other images.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's a, because otherwise it's very tedious, correct? To repeat all that.
Right. So you only got to do it once. And for some reason, I didn't quite blend all of this out on the first one, but whatever, you get the idea.
Yes.
And then you start, let me get this one back to 100% opacity. And so then you're going to add to those individual masks to get rid of all of this and to highlight what you want of that particular lighting. So, let me just start at the bottom because I think that's where some of these are. You can see me over here. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm still at 100%, so I'm just going to rub myself out there. All right. So let's get rid of that stuff first. So I want to get rid of this.
Very good.
That one doesn't seem to have anything. This one does.
Don't forget to click on the mask.
Yeah, yeah. You always got to, when you go to the next image, you always got to make sure you click on that mask for it.
I've done it many times. It doesn't work. Why it doesn't work?
All right. So then what you can do is just start. You want to start blending in, and how much of this light do you really want to show? So this is where you come back here. You don't want to do 100% because it just leaves you a dark black streak like that. So you reduce it down to probably about 30% or so, 29, 30%. And you want a soft, again, brush to have some feathering. And then you just start to reduce it. You know, make your mask your brush a little bigger maybe. It's okay. I don't really want all of this light here. I just want to sort of highlight that area. And you can just click around and reduce that lighting. And you go back and forth on each of the masks until you sort of get what you want. Let's see, go to that one. This is a little strong over here.
So there is no right or wrong. It's what you like.
It's whatever you like, right? It's the only thing
taste.
I'll show you what's going to be a real pain in the butt with this image is this was, as I mentioned, it was in March and it was frosty, so all the grass had little tiny reflections from the frost from the flashlight, and that is a pain in the butt to get them all out individually.
I think Photoshop now have a new. I think Camera Raw have a new feature taking out small things.
Oh, like dust.
They work on that.
I don't know. I kind of like it.
Well,
I thought
right
they were flowers to begin with, you know.
And then if you mess up and you want to add it back in, you just switch this to white and you can just add some of that in again. Right? It depends on what you do. It's not hard.
Just a mask.
Yeah.
Non-destructive points.
Yep.
So this one, I don't really want all of this lighting here. And maybe I want to have this a little bit darker. Oops.
So the quick moral of the story is it's easier to remove when you have too much, but if you have too little, you're kind of boogered.
Exactly.
So you want to pretend you're like a minor Terry and shoot lots.
And this isn't a process that you do if you have no patience either.
No, you definitely need patience.
Yeah.
So I think this one, it's probably just the rock that I'm after for this one. So I can probably just get rid of all of this for the most part. We'll leave a little bit there.
That looks good.
It's just like really bad. I think all I really want is that, so I'm just going to get rid of all this. I don't really want to highlight the stuff in the back, all the way back there.
Obviously, you need to be careful where you do this, otherwise people either think they're crazy or you get shot.
Yeah, and I once I was all done, because because I was thinking my friend. I have two friends up in New Hampshire where this area is. They're 10 miles apart. We all know each other from college, and where my other friends are living, it's literally a 3-minute walk from their house. Right, so we just walk down their driveway and then walk to here. And so they know, obviously, the landowner here. And so I brought a couple of prints, and she, gave him one to frame up. So he was happy about that. I'm just going real fast here to try to.
Yeah, we'll take the idea. That's the point.
Yeah. I think these are going to be lit up by other parts. Let's see what it looks like so far. A little bit too bright. So.
That looks good to me.
Oops, I did that again.
Story of my life.
Nothing worse than the mouse that wants to run away on you.
It's a bloody rat. It's not a mouse. It's a rat.
Gotta get the cat after it. So you get the idea. This,
yes.
And this sort of just all blends in, right? And then one thing I like to do as well, it depends on how you like the sky. To me, sometimes you pick up so many stars that it kind of overwhelms the Milky Way. So one of the things you can do, and I can probably do it over on this grouping where I have it sort of edited already. And there's a plugin for Photoshop called Star Exterminator. And what that does is it removes all the stars, and then you can add them back in on a separate layer. And then it, gives you, once you remove them, you can just edit the what's left of the nebulosity and get more colors out of it, and so forth. So let me just show you that. I think what I want to do here, I'm just going to flatten this. I don't know if I want. I guess I'm just going to flatten it. Call it 1. And then I'm going to duplicate this layer. And I'm going to call that Starless. And then I'm going to duplicate that layer. And I'm going to call that Stars.
With imagination.
I know. It's like, who would have thought? So we'll shut this one off, and we'll work with the Starless one. And then you're going to go up to Filter. And again, if you don't, I have this added here. So this RC Astro Star Exterminator. I think the plugin, it's not a cheap plugin. It's about $60. So it really depends on whether you want to bother with this or not. And hit OK, and it's going to go through.
It looks like it'll be, counterintuitive that you're trying to get stars out of the image.
Well, you'll see in a minute. Again, it's all personal taste, but and also the fact that when you remove all the stars, then the layer you got left that has no stars, you can go and edit. You can add in some curves and stretch it and try to get more colors out, which you can do in Photoshop better than you can in Lightroom. And then you're working on just the nebulosity rather than all the stars.
Exactly. No, I understand. It's
for Windows users, there is another program called the Star Stacks with X on the end.
Yeah, but
Star
that's to
stacks.
stack your star trails, or does that takes all your
No,
star
no.
trail images and puts them together, right?
Sorry, no, I'm confused. I think it's the other one. One moment.
Because star stacks.
No,
work.
that's the Star Stacker. You talk for the Star Stacker. The other one is the Star
Yeah,
Stacks.
I mean the
I'll
star stacks
check
I
again.
have. While that's doing its thing, it's a Mac thing as well. I know I have it. There it is, star stacks.
Yeah.
So my computer's a little slow, so we got to wait a couple minutes here, but you'll see what happens.
Sorry, called StartNet. StartNet V.
Yeah, that's a Windows thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that's useful for deep space objects and things like that.
Yeah, for all of them.
If we had the magic of typical YouTube where we can record this, then this would just go down zip.
No live stream.
Doesn't work with the live stream.
Yeah, I have no magic on this show.
No, but this is the reality of what it takes to do this. Actually, I appreciate you, Robert, while we're waiting for this, that you do this, because this is a true demo, right? The mystification of what it takes. So it encourages more people to try it. Maybe Randall try.
The people now, they will know.
It's a lot of work, guys.
I'm sure I'm putting half the people here watching, putting them to sleep. So
Well,
no.
thing is, everybody, so many people would just say, "Oh, that probably didn't take that much work to do," and it's like, well, now you can appreciate how much work
Wait
it
to see
does
the
take
end.
to do. And maybe next time you see somebody trying to sell a photograph like this, you're not saying, "Oh, that's nothing. I could do that with my phone." Good luck to you.
So you can see it got rid of. I think I missed a few
incredible.
here, but you can always, edit those out. And there's a couple different ways to do this. Some people use different, filters and layers within Photoshop to add the stars in at a different reduced rate. But this is a pretty easy process in doing it this way. You just eliminate them. And then
So at this moment, you can go camera raw on these.
At this moment, you could either add, you could, for instance, add in a curves layer to try to blend, to pull out the colors and so forth. So you can do camera raw. But I'm not going to do anything to this, right? So now we're going to go to the stars.
No, that's a personal choice.
So now I'm going to go into the stars layer.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to go up here to image and apply image, wherever apply images, there it is. And then in the layer, it says merged, and we're going to say starless. And then I'm going to, down here in blending, instead of multiply, I'm going to say subtract. And hit OK. And these are just all my stars. Now, obviously, all those little frost bits that I told you earlier are still there because it's still high points. And, I would have to just rub those out. I can do that.
With a simple mask, you can take it on.
Oh, those are just ground stars. That's all.
Yeah, that's it. So I could just
I'll pass over there
and get rid of them, right? So I can just take care of that.
Beautiful.
So these are all my stars. And then I go and let's see if I do this. Oops, let's see. Why is it not changing? I think I want to change this to. Oh no, I know what I need to do. I'm in this layer here, and I got to change this to something like lighten or color dodge. Like color dodge, I think works pretty well. And so now it's only put in a much reduced
Sure.
value of the stars. And if it's not enough, if you can duplicate this,
You put more and more.
and it'll just brighten them up a little more.
Okay.
If you want to do that. So that's all there is to it. I mean, that's how I ended up with what we had. But it's not that difficult. It's just a matter of spending a couple hours doing it.
No.
If you have the patience to do it.
And the beauty of this is because people can rewind it, correct? They can watch a little bit for how to take the picture, watch a little bit how to start the process of blending the different photos.
All right.
That's what I love of YouTube, correct? You don't have to do it all at once.
And
Or record it. Keep it on at your computer.
Yeah, and if you don't get it right the first time, there's the 14th time and the 20th time.
yeah.
Yeah.
But definitely after the 30th time, give up.
Yeah.
No, you put somebody else to do it.
Yeah. You hire somebody.
Yes.
So I think that's all I've got to show you guys.
Well, thank you.
Great
Excellent.
presentation, Robert.
Excellent. I'll have to clap this way. I only have one arm.
Thank you. Come on, Jeff. You can do it. You
I am
exercise.
Yeah.
This is almost like the Three Stooges.
I resemble that remark.
It's like,
I heard that before.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Robert.
wow, Robert, no, they're fantastic. And the demo, I tell you, it's a task, but also when you describe the steps of the task, that helps a lot. Right? It's almost encourage people like myself to try it. Right?
Yeah, it sounds kind of just overbearing, but it's not that difficult, and that's why I highly recommend going to Richard Taddy's YouTube channel. He's got a lot of YouTube videos that go into processing of this and so forth. That's where I learned it, and
And the more you work with Photoshop, the more you learn.
The more you learn it. Yeah.
Particularly the layers and the masks, which it is for me was how can I do that?
Exactly.
But when some moment it clicked in my mind, but one moment, when you were a kid, you had a paper on top of the other paper and you were tracing and doing things. That's what layer is.
Yeah.
Just put another thing and you can change it. Then
You're right.
That's it.
And that's why I was saying that, even though there's more processing, you get a lot more flexibility when you're doing a composite. And because, you don't have to try to rush and do everything in a limited amount of time. Now, for Milky Ways, there's different schools of thought on it. Again, this is going to be dependent on what you want and it's your image and what you're the artist and so forth. But then there's going to be one side that says, okay, from the purist side, when I'm doing a composite, I want it to be that the Milky Way was actually visible from where the camera was. In other words, I'm taking all my images from the same viewpoint. There's maybe the subject you want is facing north and there's no Milky Way there, but you want to show the Milky Way there. Or you want to put a moon there that will never be there. Hey, it's whatever you want it to do. I like the challenge of trying to make it all from the same viewpoint. So that's the way I've been doing it. Is I find out.
If you find a nice spot, that would be very nice. That what you said before. You scan your area to find the proper thing from the beginning. That's the best for whoever had the time and the will to do it.
Yeah, and the other thing you could do, which is not necessarily that different than, this is something that I know Richard Taddy does. He's used to do everything from one viewpoint, but then he's been doing a little more flexibility lately. And he says, okay, I'm going to light this tree here, whatever it is. But then he moves the camera off to the side so the tree isn't there, to an area where it's open, and does his night sky images there. But it's still essentially the same viewpoint, because it's not like he had to turn around to get the Milky Way. It's still there. But it just makes it easier for him to take the image, and then he just replaces the sky when he blends them together. What that allows you to do too is, if you want to emphasize the Milky Way, and I think this probably works more for you guys in the southern hemisphere, because the Milky Way is higher up on the horizon.
Depending the year, depending the time of the year. Yeah.
Right. If you can see from my images, the core up here in the Northeast especially never goes much above the horizon. It'll rotate around.
And most of the time it is on the right side. In our side, it is on the left side.
But the image, but down in southern hemisphere, you could have the Milky Way stretch across the whole sky, and be maybe 30 or 40 degrees above the horizon. So
I've done it on the middle of Australia over the Uluru.
Right.
It was black up everything, and I had all the view. And I make a composite. I mean panorama, not composite. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, you could never do that from here.
And that's because of the center relative to the inclination of the Earth that you have.
Yeah, it's where we are relative to the inclination. So down on the southern end, you can see down below the galaxy area more than you can see from up here.
Exactly.
You are lucky, the northerners, because you have the Polaris.
Exactly.
Which we don't have.
Yeah, but you can work around that.
Yeah, we can work around that, but for you it is much easier to send the point. And for us, it were these trees will be this.
Yeah.
But
what you said before. And what you said before with the. Sorry.
I said Polaris is not true north. It's close.
It's close.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, we're talking generally now. Don't become don't become David, okay? Stop being David.
Stop being David. What do you want us to call him then? Professor X.
But the other thing is I can see the Milky Way going from the southeast all the way to the northeast. Across the top.
Yeah, because you are with the polar bears.
Well, that's too bad.
What for the polar bears?
Now Rory tried to impress us. He even have a change in clothing.
He's eating cheese too. I thought a mouse joined the panel for a second.
Exactly.
But he's mirrored. He's mirrored on this camera, so champion's backwards.
Exactly. Had to mirror his camera. Very good, Robert. Fantastic, man. Really
good.
Good job, my friend.
Excellent. Yeah, that's really good.
Thanks for doing this. I mean, I hope that the people that watch these
window.
As you say, I hope the people that watch this afterwards and those that were with us tonight appreciate the effort that everybody puts in when they're doing these presentations. I mean, it's just not something that it's like, well, I got 4 hours on Saturday and I'll get it done. It's no, it's like when you volunteer to be a scout leader and they say, oh, it's only like 10 hours a week.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. If you want to fall in that trap, it's like a full-time job.
Which week is it only 10 hours?
Yeah.
But don't discourage people, because I'm going to make a pitch for other people to make presentations. So.
Well, I'm just saying. Appreciate.
I appreciate
what you're seeing on the show and what the community here is doing, because it's these aren't things that get slapped together like in a few hours and
I did it for 6-7 months, and you have to do it.
Well, our Astro group, we've been meeting at least 3 times a month for quite a while, and for 2 hours at a time. And if anybody wants to join, just send Jeff an email and we'll issue an invitation.
I don't think you even had. I don't think you had a mustache, David, when you guys started.
And And Robert and I, we meet on Wednesday, and Terry meets with us on Thursdays.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't like your dates.
Yeah. So the
All
next couple
right.
of weeks,
Dave,
we'll,
you have the extra. You have an extra window, the sharing window. We are all together.
Yeah, Robert has it, I think. Yes, there's Robert there twice.
do I?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
just
sharing
above
from
you.
Roberts.
I think you're
Oh,
still
well.
sharing.
Yes.
There you go.
Much
There we
better.
go.
So I
Sorry.
can see myself
Yeah,
bigger.
but now we're bigger and look scarier than we did a minute ago.
I love myself. Come on.
There's no helping that.
Whatever you say.
You need a little more eyeliner, Terry. I think.
But the next couple, so the next couple weeks on our call, though, we'll probably be focusing on the Astro Photography and Chobi. So
I make only one photograph, man. Sorry.
no, what I'm getting at is we'll probably be sort of helping you with your presentation and talking about that rather than Astro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
I'm
So-
sure Terry will have at least one star shot in his group that he has.
Yeah, I make one night only. I find the time and jump out of on the boathouse and 2 photographs in room.
So Jeff, let's do a little bit of news and rumors. Then we come back to some more images, including Mr. Tim's wedding photos.
Yeah, we might have a little dirt on Tim.
Exactly.
I don't want to get him nervous.
That's why Roy came back.
Everything is friendly.
Sorry, guys. I see. So let's try this fashion, or actually, we can try this fashion.
Yeah, that'll work.
Or this fashion.
Yeah, that'll
Go
work.
around the
Starting to
horn.
get dizzy, Gustavo.
Yes. All right, Jeff. This is your clue here to start some of the.
Well,
Mr.
the only thing funny is the someone at Apple, either accidentally or intentionally, made a reference in some of their documentation that got published. Different, U.S. version, different parts of Europe had the notifications of camera models that used, ProRes RAW or what have you, and then all of a sudden Nikon rumors picked up on the fact that a Z70 model was showing up on this documentation, and Matt Irwin picked up on it as well after Nikon rumors did, and noticed that the reference on the U.S. side disappeared, relatively quickly, whereas in Europe that information may even still be there today. I don't know, but it was there for a much longer period.
No, it is not. It is not. It was
all went
here in
away.
Australia too.
It was
Went
in
away too?
Australia.
Okay.
Australia was the last one to take it down.
So
A few
everybody's
hours
talking
after Matt
about,
talked about it.
everybody's talking about the, I hate to use the term D500 replacement. I know that's what everybody likes to say because I think there are other cameras that Nikon has come out with that exceed the capabilities of the D500 already.
500, yeah.
But, I don't want to start a big internet war here or YouTube war, but, it will be interesting. I mean, I think it'll obviously make people happy. And there was discussion on, with the new future 100 to 400 with the built-in TC that you throw that on an APS-C style camera, and you pretty much, for a wildlife, if you're doing wildlife, you pretty much have one lens that could do it all at that point in time. Although that one lens isn't going to be a $3,000 lens either, so it's probably going to be an $8,000 lens or a $9,000 lens. We don't know yet. But anyway, it's fun to talk about. It's something that I don't think is really, really far away in making an appearance in real time, with like an availability date and a official, release from Nikon. I mean, I think it's going to happen this year. Whether you're going to be able to order one this year, I don't know, but I think you'll have all the skinny and all the data on it and all the specs on it before the year is up. That's for sure. They definitely need something to kick up sales a little bit. Gustavo could talk about the sales number stuff and the profit margins and stuff like that. But
Exactly.
all these companies need to. It's just a tough business to be in for any of these guys. I mean, it's not easy on any of them, and the market share obviously is never going to be like what it was before. Phones came out with cameras, so you're always going to be fighting for that sliver that's left that people want something better than a phone. But when you're just talking people posting stuff on Instagram or Facebook or whatever, obviously you don't need to have a 45 megapixel image to post something on Instagram or Facebook. Your phone is more than adequate. So that therefore lies the problem. If you're somebody that's going to do serious printmaking and selling your images and things like that, it's a different story. But talk to 100 photographers and ask how many of them even make prints. Never mind sell them.
So let me ask with the printing and printing and printing. It's not only the printing. You can have the photograph on your computer on a big screen, and you can see difference.
Yes.
Don't hide behind our fingers. Yeah, the people that they photograph with the phone, that's what they like. That's what they're doing, and they don't expect anything better. For us, which is a hobby, we need and we like something more than just a light representation or a small screen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But let me, before we close this segment, because that's an interesting segment. So let's ask here the people in the chat, but also ourselves. Would you buy this camera if consider that the price will be reasonable? Let's say under $3,000. Would you be interested on this 45 megapixel Z70? So let's start with you, Jeff.
Well, at this point, probably not. And the only reason I say that is because I invested a fair amount of money to have the longer telephoto lenses for the Z mount to support full frame cameras. And now some of those lenses, if I were to put it on an APS-C body, may be way too long for what I need. I mean, and if I put my 800 PF on an APS-C camera, there's not going to be many times I'm going to need that equivalent focal length that's well beyond 800 millimeters. So if I was starting out, I didn't have money invested in the telephoto lenses that I needed to support a full frame camera, be a whole different ball game. Then I would just starting out, and I want to have a smaller, theoretically a smaller body, a slightly smaller bodied and lighter camera, and be able to get smaller and lighter lenses, and be able to have the reach and have a lighter kit and cost me less money. Sure, I would jump at it, but now I've already made that other investment, and I'm not going to go and buy the 100 to 400 when it comes out just to put on that APS-C camera. And I don't necessarily need that lens with my complemental lenses that I've already bought for my full frame camera. So I think it depends on where you are with your kit as it stands, today, whether it makes a lot of sense to go and get that camera or not. But if you're just starting out and you're like, oh man, I can't afford the 600 with the built-in TC or even 800 PF, and I can't swing it and blah blah blah, then there you go. Up and coming. Hopefully you're going to have something that might be able to accommodate your budget and get you results that you like.
let me impersonate Tim here. I think if they come, you will buy it. So, so you are rationing yourself until the time.
No. So now, if we had Chuck here, Chuck would say, "Hey, it isn't whether you need it; it's whether you want it. You don't have to need it. It doesn't have to make sense that you need it. You just want it. You just get it."
Exactly. So in my case, I used remember we all here used to shot with the D300, right? With the DX camera because full frame didn't exist. And I remember the first time we put the full frame camera on my 600, say, "Oh, everything is so far." So we as a wildlife photographer, many of us here, you can never have enough reach, right? There is always going to be that little subject that is too small that you want to get there, even if it's that close, because it's it's an inkset or for macro or stuff like that. So notwithstanding the problem that we have with diffraction, notwithstanding, I think just for the flexibility, just because you can, it's another tool I will buy, right? And that doesn't mean that I will not shoot full frame. I will favor a full frame, but in some conditions, I think myself, I want a little bit more reach, right? So as a second camera in your toolkit, I would buy.
Stop. Well, you just gotta talk Nikon into coming out with a 4x teleconverter. That's all.
Exactly. What about let's continue here. Let's continue with Robert.
Well, I was going to say something very similar to you, and that's that there's no bird photographer out there that said I have enough lens.
Exactly.
You're always going to need, especially for small birds, you're always going to need more reach. I know you guys have talked about, the Z5 II is the D500 equivalent. I don't see it that way because the Z5 II is not built to the quality of a D500. This needs to be a pro body, right? Which is what the D500 was. The D500 was built like the D850 to be a prosumer camera. Where I think it would be, based on the specs that I've seen, okay, I'm happy with that. But if it was to come out as a 24 megapixel camera or 20 megapixel camera, then I wouldn't buy it because I can just get that out of the Z9 and DX mode. But 45, I'm almost thinking that's a little too much.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be happy with 36, 30 to 36. And now you get more resolution than you're ever going to get out of your full frame. Not full frame, the
DX mode,
the high resolution Z9 and Z8,
yes.
And plus you get that extra 50% reach. So
Exactly.
to me, I think I would buy it.
What about you?
If I wanted to do serious bird photography, yeah, why not?
Terry, what about you?
Oh, sorry, it was Randall before anyway.
Well, no, we can go. Let's go, Randall. Let's go, Randall.
Well,
Randall
like
will
I
buy
said,
everything.
I want to have a full frame battery in it. I want a CF Express card, not in a battery well. And I wouldn't mind a stacked BSI sensor. And I don't mind if the camera is bigger, right?
Oh, absolutely. That's why I think it's going to be more of a pro build. The Z5.
But I think it's only going to be an XP 7 if it does come out. I don't think it's going to be an XP 8.
I think it will. I think it'll come out as an XP.
I think they'll go with the Z9 II first.
There's nothing that says that has to come out first.
All right.
They haven't done it before, so. And you never know. It may have been a typo. So there might not be.
Of course.
Very convenient one.
Terry.
For me, it is already have I have three cameras full frame, and I can't see. I would like maybe to have it, but from the Z9 with on DX mode, I'll have whatever they have without spending any more money. And,
or you just
I don't think it would be 45 megapixels. It would be too much.
Yeah.
The diffraction on this camera will be monumental.
But actually, is that camera going to come out? Okay, actually, this is the time to come out right? Because if you have it, it will increase sales, but it will not detract people from buying a future C9 or C8, right? So I think, and Nikon have been very sneaky on the way they release the lenses. This makes sense from that point of view. I don't know for sure that this camera is in the works. I don't know, right? But given the way they release the lenses, which was it already, I wouldn't call it sneaky, but from the marketing point of view, it was very well done, right? Because
Well,
it made us spend money.
Announce it first, and then it'll probably go out or be ready. What, by December, November?
Yeah. So from the point of view of scheduling of releasing product, makes sense to me too. All right, Mr. Stewart, what about you? Would you buy it? Stewart, you are mute.
Well, my button didn't want to press. But anyway, it's the way that I look at it is then I won't have to use my 1.4 TC. I could at all, and I find that I don't have enough glass because things are too far away, and there are days when 1600 millimeters just doesn't cut it. So if it was at the same specs as the Z8 with being a crop, then it would be worthwhile. But if it does come out, I can't see it hitting a store shelf for a year because everybody will be ordering it before it gets to the store shelf.
Exactly. So it will be a good seller, correct? Which is
absolutely.
Yeah, but at the same time, if the Z9 II comes out at a similar time, I'm not sure which one that I would go for.
Exactly. So
well, you obviously have to buy both.
Well,
the price difference.
David would have to just sell one of his servers in order to get it, both of them.
No, I got to keep my servers.
So guys, you in the chat when we finish here with Roy, let us know. I know Martin said that he will buy it, right? So what about you, Mr. Roy?
Not a chance.
Okay. I like the diversity of opinions. Yes.
I see no use for it. It's nice to have a little camera once in a while, but I want work cameras that do the job.
And he have his cockatoo just 2 meters away.
Yeah. Roy feeds like the whole, like half of Australia's wildlife goes to Roy's house, so he doesn't have to go far.
Doesn't need long lenses.
So,
He looks quality.
Bothering me right now.
So let me go one final round, then we'll move on here. But so I want you guys to think what we have people here making some comments in the chat. So I want you to think what percentage, what is the probability in percentage that this will pass, right? With 0 being 0 probability, or 100 being yes, it will come, and it will come the way we think sooner, before the C9 II and the C8 II.
Yeah.
I start with Jeff again.
I think it'll definitely come out before the Z9 II. I mean, the Z9 II is, it sounds like they're trying to put so much red stuff into it that, you know, that's kind of pushing things out a little bit. And whereas, you know, if you're trying to promote that camera as the budget wildlife photographer's camera at a professional grade, like Robert said, then, you know, isn't necessarily going to have anywhere near as much of the red technology in it per se. Depends if they want to make it more of a photographer's camera rather than and because the video capabilities that you have now are pretty impressive as they are right now. Yeah. So even if you didn't change the video when you had the capability video wise of what you have in a Z8 camera body in a Z70 or whatever you want to call it. I think that would be more than adequate, you know, and if you put but the thing is, if you put the Xpeed 8 in it, you know, you're talking about probably a price point window higher than the Fuji's, because let's face it, you know, I know Fuji has that 40.2 megapixel sensor. However, their autofocus system for anything that moves is nowhere near as good as Canon, Sony, or Nikon. So it's going to be priced higher than the $2,300 Fuji camera, because it's worth more than $2,300. It's probably going to be less than a Z8, because I don't think they want to chop the legs off the Z8, but it could be in that $2,600 to $2,800 range. I think, you know.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's 3, right? Because keep in mind, the D500 was $2,000 when it came out.
Exactly.
And that was 10 years ago.
Exactly.
So think about the scaling. It's going to be $3,000, and that's equivalent to what the D500 was.
You'll need an EVF also.
But you didn't give me a number. So
70% percentage of that is going to come out. I'd say 100%.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So let me tell you, I think it's only 50% probability that this will come out, because mistakes happen, typos happen. I would love that it materialized, but I only give it like a 50%. Now I tell you another portion, and I move to Robert. Now that they create this expectation, although they didn't create it, Apple created for them. If they don't release it, there will be a lot of people pissed off. Correct? So pardon me, but now it's almost like they are committed. They need to commit it. So I don't know how Nikon wiggle his way out of this if they don't release it. Because with all the controversy we have with the D500, if this is a response to the controversy 2 years ago, then Nikon is listening. But if this happens now, that there is all these new rumors and it doesn't happen, oh my God, I don't want to hear that.
Well, when we say we don't think it may happen, or not a high degree, whoever foresaw that the ZR was going to come out?
Exactly. No.
So you know, nobody said, "Oh yeah, Nikon's going to come out with a that Nikon."
I had
ZR.
an idea. I have an idea. Maybe it was a marketing. Somebody on the marketing department. He said, "Look, because in the factory they talking and said yes or no and yes or no. I'm going to put it on, and then make them do it."
Yeah, but it was Apple. So anyway, you will come back to you, Terry. Robert, probability. What is your crystal ball tells you? Your A ball.
Fuzzy. But I think it's coming out, whether it's this year or next year. I couldn't tell you. I think it's definitely going to come out. I mean, whether it's something that came out with Apple or not, Nikon's known everybody wants this camera for the last 6 years. So it's not like it's a new thing that all of a sudden they're being, oh, I've got to rush this out because it came out on leaked on an Apple website. They've already known that this demand has been out there for a long time. It just better not have a damn flippy screen on it. That's all I'm going to say.
All right.
Just I started a bloody rumor and something, and he destroyed it. Thank you very much, my friend.
Yeah. So you are in the 100% camp.
Yeah. What you could say 75% this year, 100% next year.
All right. Good. Randall.
0.
October.
Oh, Randall is at the 0%.
So let me couch this. Let me couch this a little bit. As far as the specs that have been announced, maybe that's 50%. I don't know that it's going to come out with a 45 megapixel sensor.
Yeah, you don't know. They're quiet. But
whether a pro level APS-C camera comes out, I think it will.
Okay. So Randall, percentage.
He said 0.
0.
Yeah, but if it does come out, see, Nikon is one of the best companies to keep things quiet. Okay.
The zero and but don't go well together.
The thing is,
Between
if
0
it
and
has a full
100%.
frame battery, if it has a CF Express card, if the camera's a little bit bigger so it doesn't overheat, if it has an EVF, and if it has an IBIS, yeah, I would buy it.
Okay.
That's kind of like saying, I want to marry your daughter, sir, but.
What about her butt?
If it isn't used.
Terry.
Save us, Terry. Save us,
For
Terry.
me, all these things are rumors, and I never.
You don't like rumors, we know that.
Yeah,
No. And
agree.
if it comes, it comes. If it didn't come, it didn't come. For me, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't really.
yeah, I got to see it to believe it.
If I think, oh, that will come in, I'm going to buy it, and it doesn't.
So Terry, but I'm going to force you to tell a rumor. What is your probability that this happens?
I don't know.
Go for 37%.
Well, I'll go for 36%, like the megapixels.
There you go.
David?
Come on, guys. I have the Z9 on a 1.4 together, the 1.4 together with any other lens, and I have the crop.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
about
the only advantage to this, versus the 1.4 is you don't lose the stop of light.
Yeah.
But
How much
a faster lens?
Terry, how much cropping did you do on your photos in Botswana? A lot of cropping.
In many cases, a lot.
Yeah.
Not always, but I did. Yeah. And I didn't lose anything. I didn't lose anything. Why to bother to have another? I'll call it camera to. I have no problem. If I need to crop, I will crop. And if I need to edit it, I will edit it. I'm not hiding behind my fingers. People say, "Oh, I have to figure that as it is on the lens, on the camera. This is not good."
So, David, what is your probability prediction?
Well, it all depends on what the specifications are, because I could say we got a 75% chance of it coming out, but they don't have a 45 megapixel ASP sensor.
Yeah, regardless of but there would be something called Z70 in the lineup. You say 75%?
Well, chances are that they're going to come out with a Z70. I would say is 100%.
Okay.
And the reason why is on the Apple website, they have multiple sites. The spelling on the UK site and the Aussie site is different than the American site, and it was all correct for the nation.
Okay.
So it wasn't as if they did it once and they copied it. They had to do it. They had to do it multiple times.
Okay.
Because the people in the UK and Australia and Canada, we spell differently than you guys do. Mm-hmm. And they had that right. So there will be a Z70 come out.
We spell English, they spell American.
Yeah. Well, what the specifications are is up in the air.
No, that's all right. But
Randall, I see that smirk. You're like saying, "Wait for it, wait for it." He's waiting for.
No,
I'm not going to add anything to this conversation. I'm done.
Yeah.
But whether or not it'll be any good is another.
That's another story. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, remember the Apple disclosure, if we call it that way, doesn't come with specifications. It's just a name of a model.
No, it did come with the specification.
Yeah, ProRes.
Yes, but so that a Nikon had to give Apple a camera to test. So the Z70 does exist.
Okay.
Yeah, because Apple tested it and it passed.
It is capable of doing Apple ProRes.
Internally.
That is all that we know.
Exactly.
The difference
And
maybe is not the
but the camera is
P70. That's
probably
simple as that.
black. It's not red, and it says Z70 on it. And
All right.
Yeah, and that's what we know.
Randall, Roy, so I know that you're not going to buy it, but you think it will happen?
I don't want it. Don't want it.
Okay.
Don't need a Z70.
No, but
unless it's very small and compact and like a toy
But you know the market. Do you think Nikon will release such a camera? It's like me asking you.
I've heard things about it.
It's like me asking. Let me ask you differently because I want your opinion, right? It's like me asking you. Do you think Nikon will release a rangefinder? I know you have rangefinders, correct? But would it make sense for Nikon to release a rangefinder?
I know they're working on it because I.
Exactly. So sometimes things that we don't like.
MPS. Working on
it. Okay. Well,
might come out together.
All right. Then you're going to be perfect. They're going to release a rangefinder that you hate, and they're going to release an APS-C camera that you hate.
An APS-C rangefinder.
Exactly. They definitely don't listen to you, Roy, if they do that.
They're going to have a special.
The F mount.
They're going to have a special. They're going to have a special Roy Bixby Nikon rangefinder camera.
Exactly.
The Roy Bixby edition.
I think Roy is going to do a burning of the Nikon T-shirt. Live.
And it'll be in cockatoo white.
All right.
Let's fly through these at this point, I think, as quickly as we can.
Yes, exactly. So anyway, so the other thing that we know is, again, another rumor is that the rumor is everything is going to be delayed. So we're talking here about a lot of excitement of stuff,
blah 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 blah.
But everything is delayed. So never know. So that makes sense, correct? Getting materials, getting particularly RAM is difficult. So I cannot imagine trying to be a manufacturer of anything electronic nowadays. Won't be a nightmare, right? So that's the second one. The other two is
for some reason we don't have a helium around the market.
Exactly. So the next two had to do with the we discussed that a little bit with some of the revenues and from Nikon, and we know that indeed they review their forecast, correct, and the year-to-year and year-end forecast. So that tells us that things are really delayed, but also that in the coming year, not all the cameras that we want, not all the C9, not all the C8, not all the C70 to 70 and the other new generation camera, they are not going to impact next year market as much as they would like to, correct? That's why they probably, that's my interpretation of why they have to downgrade some of the forecast, correct? So the other one is that rumor about that EVF less compact camera, which we don't know is a rangefinder, whether it will have a place for a viewfinder equivalent style to the Fuji X E5 or the Sony A7C II. Again, we know there is two registered cameras, right? But we don't know which camera will take place of that one. Then the next here has to do with the firmware. So mostly on bug fixes, so nothing more. A lens that I don't know anything about it. If you guys know anything about this 7 Artisan chip, 40 millimeter, okay. And the last one, I think, Robert, you commented when we were talking on the show, is there was this rumor or this news about Nikon ended his relationship with PRO Pro in the US, which is supposed to be a distributor, and whether this will affect or not some of the dealers. And please do comment that you don't think, and I think I look for what Mossman wrote about that before.
Yeah, I think he said something similar. Essentially, it's Pro Distributors is the name of the company, but they apparently didn't distribute anything from Nikon, so I don't know what the connection was.
So this
there you go.
Exactly. So even some of the big camera, like in California and other places, they don't get their Nikon products this way. They get it directly from Nikon, correct? That's the point that you guys were making.
Yeah. Maybe your local camera shop, like, I don't know, Camera Bar in Hartford or something like that, gets them through them. I don't know, because they're a small operation. Maybe maybe smaller camera shops do. But
all right.
So let me add to what I got that was on the Nikon Rumors website that isn't on this page.
Yes.
Before we move on to different brands, and this one is something that David would probably be interested in. I know David sometimes puts gaffer tape on his cameras to cover up the Nikon logo on his cameras at times, and apparently there's a company out there called Field Made Company is the name of it, and they were saying they got 25% off custom stealth indicator labels for cameras, lenses, etc. So basically, it's just like it's almost like people that don't want the chrome logos on their car and they buy the blacked out labels for their car. So unless you're 2 inches away from the car, you can't tell what kind of car it is, per se. You can do that with your camera if you buy this stuff from this company, I guess. What I found interesting was Westcott. They came out with a more compact FJ100 100 watt second touchscreen speed light, 575 full power flashes per charge, and they're complementing that with a new FJ100S 100 watt second strobe, which can do 700 plus full power flashes per charge, and they share the same battery. And they're marketing it kind of like a 1-2 punch for wedding and portrait photographers. So, I mean, I keep tossing the idea in my head that I want to get another flash from my Nikon. And be honest with you, I mean, I'm not going to spend the money for, a pro photo flash. And I think what I've looked at over the years, last couple of years, kind of like following what Westcott has been putting out for products and stuff. I mean, they really do have some really nice flashes and strobes that are extremely competitive.
And
they're well made. They're not trash. And so, I mean, I just found that interesting, and what they just came out with really would be something that would be good for a wedding photographer. We talked about this D70. There's a review for those on the Voigtlander Nocton Classic 35 millimeter f1.4 lens by Fred Miranda. That review is posted on Nikon Rumors if anybody wants to read about that particular lens. And there was stuff about obviously. I'm not going to get into it too deep, but we're all hearing about lawsuits that have been dropped or things that Nikon lost at least part of what they were trying to enforce with their Z mount, versus Viltrox and things like that. And then they're talking about intellectual property. High Court of Japan upheld they invalidated one of Red's important patents covering compressed RAW video recording in high resolution cameras via a suit from Panasonic. But remember, it wasn't like it was 2 years ago, but a while back when Nikon came out with the high efficiency star for RAW that had basically zero effect on image quality and was significantly smaller, that Red wanted to sue Nikon because of that, because they that was their thing, where they were suing everybody that was trying to come out with anything that offered any kind of compression on large raw files and maintain the quality. So I still remember that battle, and but now Red's lost that case. That got thrown out. 10 years ago, that was a big deal, and Red was winning most of those arguments.
And apparently some of those patents are expiring soon anyway.
Yeah.
Jeff, I don't think that was thrown out. I think they just settled.
Yes.
And as part of the settlement, Nikon bought Red, so that ended it.
No, but I'm saying what got thrown out was like Panasonic sued them for basically this same thing, and then it got and they threw it out. They didn't. Red lost.
Well, what they threw out was the patent. So in Japan, they invalidated Nikon's patent.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, correct? These patent law are basically country by country, correct? So you can still have a patent that valid in the United States but not in Japan and so forth. What to me is amusing is that that lawsuit that Nikon wanted to have about the mount in China. That is very ill advised.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's two different issues.
Is that no, I know, but the fact that in order to on the camera mount that Nikon hope to have success in China against Chinese companies on a patent issue. That was a little bit outside the realms of the normal conduct of in China, right?
Yeah.
Regarding patent.
And they can always make it so that they do a firmware change and those lenses won't work on the Nikon cameras.
Exactly.
If they're going to lose
their battery.
They will piss off a lot of people, but on the other hand, they always have that resource. So that's good. So can we move to the next page, Jeff?
There was what was surprising is they noted there's a temporary suspension on orders for the 600 PF right now.
Yeah, which
kind of surprised me because it's not like that lens is new. It's not like it just came out, and apparently, most of the inventory must have got sucked up, and maybe they got some parts availability issues or whatever, and they can't produce any, to fill the gap right now. So they put a hold on new orders for those lenses.
Yeah. I told you that's the best lens in the lineup, as you know.
Yeah. Let's see. So let's move on to a different brand.
Okay, so let me turn the page, and then we can use this as a background. So they start with the acquisition of Tamron by Sony.
Yeah. The interesting thing with that is, you read some people say, if that happens, they're gonna. Some people. To me, it's foolish talk. It's silly talk, to say, if Sony buys Tamron, then they're not going to let Tamron sell lenses to Nikon, and that's ridiculous. I mean, that's like saying, Sony's not going to sell. It's like saying Sony's not going to sell their sensors to Nikon, or Sony's not going to sell their sensors to all the other cameras that are out there that are not Sony brands that use Sony sensors. You're in a business to make money.
Exactly.
And
if they buy it, they buy it for money.
Yeah, you don't necessarily care where the money comes from.
Exactly.
So I mean, that would be totally boneheaded if they did buy Tamron and then they tried to block, the established relationship that Nikon has with Tamron and cut them off from the lens market from them would be totally idiotic. But
not exactly what I commented the first time on the YouTube when I saw this thing. The first rumor come out, they're going to buy it and they will destroy it, blah, blah, blah.
It's like, That's like what they say. How many models of TVs are out there versus how many of those TV OLED panels come from maybe one or two places in the world, right? And they're in
from Samsung or LG,
50 brands of TVs, and they got to buy them all from one place. I mean, you don't make a profit if you're just trying to sell to support your own lineup on everything. You know what I mean?
Corporations, they're thinking only for money.
Obviously, Sony saw an opportunity here, and they are trying. And the other thing is, they're keeping the company in Japanese ownership, which is important in Japan.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's go to the next one here about Tamron. Reiterated that they are going to issue at least 10 lenses for 2026. Right? So you have some comments here, Jeff, and anybody else?
Well, that means they released 3 lenses because they make it in 4 mounts, right? Or something
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like if you're gonna count every mount as a separate lens, then it isn't too hard to say you did 10.
But they do. It's like the new lens that came out for the Nikon and the E mount.
Right.
They said that on the next sentence they said it is only for the Sony. The Sony have 6 of them.
But that's not too hard to do 10 lenses in a year if you're counting every variation from different mounts as a separate lens.
Remember that Nikon, which only produces lenses for Nikon, correct? The average on a year is 7, right? So this is within. So somebody like Sigma or Tamron, which are exclusively lenses manufacturers, 10 different lenses looks very doable. So anyway, so the next one is a Sony rumor about new E lenses. They talking about here 6 new lenses, including a 16 to 28 f2 GM.
Instead of 2.8, which would be good.
Exactly. So,
do they make a 2.8 right now? 16 to 28?
Yeah.
So that's their 16 to 35 version. Huh?
But f2, so they definitely a tendency to create between Canon and Sony these f2 lenses, correct?
But they also have the 28 to 70 f2. So 16, 28, 28 to 70, and then I think they're going to do. Well, they got the 70 to 200, but yeah.
That's going to be a real cheap lens.
Yeah.
So then there is this issue about the EOS R8, right?
Well, let me throw in other Sony stuff before we jump to Canon.
Okay.
So this was something they said that new Sony FX5. Well, it has an optional removable tilting EVF. So my comments are, come on, Nikon, come out with something like that you could put on the ZR if you want to.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yes, please.
Let's see. So then Sony rumor says, this was interesting. They said one of the sources who shared accurate Sony FX5 info with them said that Sony has a host of new lenses that'll be announced within a relatively short period. And now How to Fly has shared a full list of engineering prototypes Sony's working on. And so they're saying lenses that may be announced within the next 3 to 6 months, an 8 to 15 millimeter fisheye zoom, a 600 f6.3, a 400 4.5, a 28 millimeter G lens, and a 40 millimeter G lens. And then, as you just mentioned, they state that the 16 to 28 f2 GM development has been done and could be the next lens announced by Sony. Sony registered 2 wireless microphone sets that have the 32-bit float support. And they released a 100 to 400 f5.5 to f8 OSS lens available for pre-order at B&H for $848.
Yeah, and that one, It's f8 essentially from 200 on.
Yeah.
So it's an f8 lens.
Yeah. Well, Canon's got some glass that's f8 or higher that they sell for that some people like to buy. You know, I don't want to start off at f8. Sorry.
Only
Steve,
with the
Steve
converter.
Perry did a comparison of that lens, and it's really soft in the corners. It's like really bad.
All right.
Now we talked about it. I think the last show a little bit. The Tamron 12 to 20 f2.8 is getting a lot of discussion because it's obviously available for the Sony E mount and the Z mount as well. But you know, when you really think about that lens, it really comes down to what everything being talked about is positive with that lens. I mean, the quality, performance, price, everything sounds very, very favorable from multiple sources from all over the place. So I don't doubt it's a great lens, but as is anything else, it all depends on what the ranges you like. Do you like the 14 to 24 range better? Do you like the 14 to 30 range better? Do you like do you want to have it, yeah, it's wider, but it's wider at the wide end, but not as long when, it's not 24 or 30 millimeters at the other end. And maybe you want the long end more than you want the wide end, so I think it's, as anything else, it's what fits your shooting style and what you like to do is going to drive you to maybe buy or not buy that lens. But I think seems like in terms of quality and stuff like that, you wouldn't not buy it because it's a piece of junk. That's not, it seems to be a very, very competent lens. So just a matter of whether that range fits your shooting style and what you like to do. Jump to Canon there, Gustavo, if you want.
No, keep going with Canon.
That's all I got with Sony.
Okay. So talking about, the only one that I included here was this Canon EOS R8 Mark II, correct? That they're supposed to be coming up. So
yeah, Canon Rumors actually said now it's changed. That now they're saying it appears the sensor might be. They're saying a sensor is going to be a 24 megapixel sensor now. They don't know if it's going to be new or the same one used on the EOS R6 Mark II, which is 24.2 megapixels. Originally, they were all talking that it was going to be 32.5 megapixels, which is what you got written down. So because originally it was 32.5, and now Canon Rumors is saying, no, it looks like it's going to be 24.
So let me ask you a question. Is this a response to the ZF, that this is a kind of retro style with dials and stuff camera? Because they say here that is a retro style camera.
There's no pictures out yet?
No, nothing significant, no.
But is this a response to the ZF?
If so, I think they'd probably base it on, what is it, the Nikon AE1? Is that not the Nikon, the Canon AE1?
Yeah, exactly. So anyway.
But so the sensor, it looks like the sensor was rumored to be 32.5, and now Canon Rumors is saying anyway that it's now going to be 24.2. Then they said there's they got word that two retailers, there's no longer new stock on the existing Canon R8. There's no new inventory, and they can't order it anymore. So that's just for the body only. Just for sales of the body only. So once the existing inventory is gone, it's gone. But there is you could still get some R8s with the with the kit 24 to 50 millimeter lens, and those are just what's available in inventory right now as well. Once those are gone, that's it. Now, a very interesting article, which I I think a lot of people, you guys would be interested in reading about it. Canon has I never heard of this division. They have a Optron division that they're developing a fluorine-free lens coating. And they're saying fluorine's been the industry standard coating on camera lens front elements to help deal with water beading and fingerprints, and easy to get the dust off without scratching the lens and that type of thing for a long, long time from a lot of different camera brands. But they're saying that it's having a negative effect on the environment and all living things. They don't specify more than that statement. And they said many governments globally are moving forward to regulate or outright ban those types of chemicals. So, so they're saying that they're going to come out with Canon's developing something called coating called Dev-02-003. And
that rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, I remember that one. And they're saying that fluorine-free coatings aren't new. Canon already sells one called OR-510, but he says though that particular coating has a big weakness. They wear out or off quickly in durability testing. So, like, they only retain 23% of the water repelling performance after 10,000 rubbing cycles. So, if you cleaned your lens 10,000 times, you'd only have 23% of the coating left on the lens. I don't know anybody that's going to clean a lens 10,000 times, but that's a negative for that existing coating that they had come out with, and this new one, using the same 10,000 cycle test, it's 100%, still 100% coverage. It doesn't wear off at all under the same testing parameters. And then it holds up to alcohol very well. So they're saying that Canon has solved the biggest problem for life after fluorine. And they said if Canon does start putting it on lenses, they'll probably put it on the L lenses first, as they're the ones built for challenging environments, and put it on some lenses that they don't necessarily, a higher end glass that doesn't necessarily sell in high quantities. Get it on those first, see how it's received, and then start flowing it down to cheaper lenses. And,
so Roy made a comment about fragility of fluoride glasses, and I remember the past being talked about not so much coating, but in where the glass has some fluoride that make the glass optically great, but also fragile, right? Because it's a fluoride glass and there is coatings, right?
Right.
But indeed we know. I mean, if you know your history about Teflon and all that kind of these fluoride coatings, it's not so much using them, but it's in the process of manufacturing compounds that are extremely harmful for the environment. Okay?
Yeah.
So anyway, that interesting, Jeff. I didn't catch on that one.
Yeah, it's an interesting article to read. I mean, go to Canon Rumors and check it out. I mean, it makes a good read. Yeah.
So the next thing that we have here is something from Fuji, some lenses from Sigma, and something about OM system.
Let's see. Let me see. You're talking about the. Okay, so you're saying that you got in there the XT6 and the two X mount lenses pointing to September announcement, and on Fuji Rumors, it said all they said was the XT6 is delayed, and there was supposed to be a summit announcement in early September, and they canceled it.
Oh, wow.
And they're saying the XT6 will come with quite a few new and potentially exciting software features, such as the new AI autofocus system, a new film simulation, and more. And according to their sources, they need a little bit more time to properly develop and fine-tune the software. but I mean, better to do that than put a camera out too early that hasn't been proven out. So I mean, I don't knock a camera company for. I mean, a lot of people will be PO'd at them. I mean, if anything, people should be more PO'd by the fact that it appears to me that my opinion, which isn't necessarily correct, just my opinion, that I think Fuji, because they've alluded to it in some interviews that they had, it's almost like they intentionally don't make enough cameras to satisfy the demand on purpose so that the cost stays high on their cameras. And that has been stated by numerous sources. And but in terms of pushing something out because you're doing no different than the Z9 II, they keep saying, well, we're still putting red technology in, we're doing this, we're doing that. Don't put out a camera at this point just to put it out, and then risk hurting the brand name by putting something out early and then it has significant problems. That doesn't make sense at this point anymore. I mean, I think when they put out, my opinion, Nikon put the Z9 out. I think they were in a bad situation and they put the Z9 out too early. Not that it wasn't a good camera when it came out, but I think what they really would have liked to have put out was the version of the C9 we got after the first major.
1 year after. 1 year.
Yeah. 1 year later. How it was a year later. Yeah. But I think, the market and everybody else was really hurting them and they took a risk. But at the same token, they've kind of made up for maybe putting it out too early because they've given us so much stuff over the years that has cost nothing that probably would have been required us to buy. In the old days, we probably would have had to buy 3 cameras to be where we are from when it first came out to where we are right now. So but they did take a risk throwing it out there a little early, in my opinion, but it worked out for them because they took care of everybody as time has gone by. And I think that took what could have been a bad thing and ended up making it a good thing.
So let's continue here, because otherwise we're going to be here. So on the YouTube and internet, this is a couple of interesting YouTube and internet videos that I think worthwhile watching. So obviously we discussed Matt Irwin Z70, so we don't need to talk about it. But if you want to hear what he had to say and what he said originally, correct, when this was first appeared, that was a good YouTube video to watch. The next one down, actually from Steve, who had put some stuff, but this one in particular, I wanted to mention it today because I don't know if you watch it. I'm sure that most of people here watch it, but I did watch it and took my Z9 and the C8 and went to some of the stuff. And what amazed me is how much we're still tinkering with the setting on the C9 and C8. I mean, people like yourself, Jeff, or myself, I use the camera certainly in a week, 2 or 3 times, so almost every day. And I still find that I'm tinkering with my set. Of course, as I evolve with knowing the camera, my settings keep changing, right? So I think I would recommend watching this because it doesn't go through all the settings. It goes a lot through the autofocus setting. Again, and I say, oh, yes, that makes sense. Because even the way I understood some of the settings a year and a half ago or a year ago is different than I understand them now with more experience. So for that reason, I do recommend going to that one, correct? And then saving your settings, correct? Once you
buy the book.
And buy the book.
Yeah.
But this was
it is really, really good.
So on the right side you have Simon de Tremont. He put a video about the dual gain and explaining in simple terms.
Well, that's a long story now, a long ago story now, from 2021 or 2020. Well, What's the big deal about it?
Yeah, I know, but I think Simon, credit where credit is due. He's good at explaining things in simplistic terms that everybody can make sense. But I think the the crux of or the essence of the video is that people, and you like this one, Terry, pay too much attention of all these different minutia, uh, details on how the modern cameras are made, correct, and trying to finance what is the point where the dual gain is applying, correct. The reality
What
is
I'm
that
saying is just he came too late to the party. That's what I'm saying.
I know.
People have talked about that 100 times on the YouTube
Oh,
about
but it's still
beginning.
there are still people talking about that if you are, that you need to use this ISO if you're, because at that point you have the dual, and basically so what Simon said, and is it doesn't matter, correct? This is details how the sensor function. The reality, and I agree with him, is that these cameras have extremely good signal to noise ratio, correct? So I basically
You don't
nowadays
need that, as we said earlier. You don't need that in your head when you're trying to shoot.
exactly.
You want to, if you're doing wildlife, a lot of wildlife photographers use auto ISO.
I
Okay,
disagree. I'm
You're not-
setting my camera on a 500 with auto ISO, and I know I'm going to have it from 500, and I'm going to lose anything by going down to 400 or 300. That's where it works. And it doesn't work on take the camera out and make photographs, the click here and there. If you have a reason, you have to do it when you have a reason. Like everything in their cameras anyway. Use
now
it
you
when
got Sony. Now you got Sony
proper
with
way.
three gains on the Sony camera now, or one of them anyway. And you don't.
Well, it still is good. It's
You
nice
know,
to
when your
have.
head gets so busy, then you forget. Then you miss the shot because
No,
you
no,
think
no.
about all these things that don't
Come on,
make
you
that
learn
huge
that from the
difference.
beginning. As you learn things from the Z9 when it comes out, and you spend 6 months learning the camera.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you learn this, and that's it. Comes inside, and it is. You don't need to recall it. You have it there all the time anyway.
No, I know, but is the freedom that this new camera, which good signals to noise, certainly is a freedom for me, correct? This issue that, and I still see it, discussing, you should try to get to a lower ISO. I don't freaking care about lower ISO anymore because I know with a combination of
Exactly.
with
Put on a pure raw and end of the story. Who cares what ISO you shoot?
exactly, but that's still not common understanding, Terry. Maybe for us, but there's still a lot of discussion, even by very good YouTubers. Now there's a lot of YouTubers. I think even Steve Perry uh, and what's his name?
Look, I love Steve Perry, right? Now what he's doing with this, it is just advertising for his book. He have done it three times. The last 6 months,
for
he
sure.
said about that 3 times.
No, for sure. I mean,
everybody doing it clickbait. Well, yeah, always will have a new people which looking for new things, and they don't know everything, as supposedly we know, and they learning. But they can go back to the history on YouTube, for example. They don't need another new video talking about this. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I like this guy. I've seen him a couple of times, and I like him. But it comes to the party too late. For me, it's nothing more than just another clickbait.
No. I mean, we all know that Simon sell, correct? I mean, he sells his tools on his YouTube. We understand it's a business for them. I don't say
they make money, yeah.
But they're still bringing knowledge, so I don't mind, correct? And certainly from Steve, as I told you, I still say, oh, this makes sense. Right?
It doesn't matter what. Whenever Steve Perry make a video, I'm going to see that. Doesn't matter what.
Exactly. So the last one that I mentioned here is Ray Hennessy, and basically this video talk about basically for all wildlife photographers using other lenses, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to do everything in wildlife with a 600 or with 800 millimeter, correct? Sometimes you can use a lot. We have seen him. I have seen him what and his partner do, and we see how he has influenced people like in this channel, correct? So for that reason, as an inspiration and as also different point of view on how to do wildlife photography, I think Ryan Hennessy channel is very good, right?
Well,
So anyway, so that's what I have. I didn't want to create too much of a controversy.
well, I saw a video by a writer for Photography Life where another photographer that he knew said you would be surprised that you could get some pretty good wildlife pictures, well, better than pretty good, using a plena, a 130, using the plena. So this guy went to try to use the plena for some wildlife portraits, and he was taking pictures of that puffin, like what you see in that thumbnail there. And he said, yeah, it was difficult. He says he only found one pair of puffins that would like get on this rock or whatever that was a good composition for him, but he took pictures of it with the plena, and they're wonderful looking pictures.
I tell you, in Iceland, you can definitely, you can difference your wide angle to take photo of the puffin. Terry will tell you, correct? Yeah. And I have used the plena. So, you can use remote camera operation with certain lenses, and you get an interesting look. And that's the point that Ray Hennessy mentioned there. So, let's say as an inspiration and also as exploring options. Wide angle,
different things.
Different things, indeed.
Yeah.
So anyway, so let's continue.
Why don't we share whatever pictures we got and then do
exactly
what's coming up.
Exactly, photo sharing. So let me share. Let's do this. There, yeah. Let me do this. Let me share Scubarazzi photos.
Yeah.
And then you prepare the photos that you want to share about Tim and the dirt from Tim's wedding.
Oh yeah, real dirty stuff.
and then we can go and I do some sharing on my side of what I have been up to recently. Okay, so Mr. Scubarazzi, as you know, send us some photos. For whatever reason, I didn't find them, and we know how wonderful his underwater photography is, right? So for me to see some of the commentary, I may have to bring a different view. So if you guys allow me, I will move into share a different view, because for sure I will not remember all the commentaries here. So I need to see the notes. And okay. All right, so I think with this one I can now reshare. All right. Okay, so you can see that one, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
So this image is correct to say this is the first image is of a friend diving side mount with the tanks on the sides, correct? In Lake Zurich, right? You see the milky water, how the milky water is, right? I may have added some more details, but the sun rays would look strange. I use my usual fisheye lens. So the specification of the camera, this is done with the Sony RX 100 VA, etc., etc. You can see the settings there. So beautiful photo. I love the kind of halo behind the camera. Fantastic photo. So the next one from Scubarazzi is this one. Okay.
Oh wow!
Yeah, this is a close-up of a freshwater sunfish. I did already show these fish in the past, but
can you make it full frame?
I can, but then I cannot read the commentary, and I don't remember.
No,
I put it in full frame. And then we go quickly to them, because I agree with you. They deserve to be full frame. But I pasted the commentary here. Okay? we have, I think, worth sharing this image. Right? This image we take without the fisheye lens. This individual fish was very territorial. It did say always very close to the spot, so that's all why the background is not very nice. Okay, here there is a lot of big sunfish on our lakes. Correct. This kind of look like a catfish type of thing. Correct.
Hmm.
They're a plague, as they are not native into water, so maybe it's a catfish. They're also aggressive and territorial and probably a predator. Okay, but it's a wonderful. I love the juxtaposition here of the fish on one side of this structure and the diver on the other side.
Peekaboo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the next one
Gustavo,
here. Yes, sir.
Gustavo, if you get rid of our images, does that make it bigger?
Maybe we'll make it.
Oh,
bigger.
okay.
Yeah, there you go. That's what they meant by full screen.
Thank you, Jeff. I was watching on the PowerPoint, so all right. So the next one is again that I think it's the same fish here.
Same
Okay?
fish, yeah.
The individual, you can see they're more colorful as the other one. It is also much more closer around. You see, it's almost like a catfish, but the backside doesn't look that much like a catfish.
It is the same on the same family, and they
Yeah.
are aggressive. I've seen some documentaries about it.
Yeah, but it tremendous, fantastic lighting on this one, correct?
I think we should just call it a whisker fish.
So and this is a different predatory fish. Okay, this is a massive pike. It did shot in the Rhine River, so this is in the river, right?
Yeah, freshwater.
Freshwater as
Yep.
well. And actually,
Not seawater river.
yes, the Escobarasi was actually complaining that in a couple of emails or texts that he sent us before, that the water in the Rhine is so low that basically there's very little chance to do any diving, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the rivers in Europe.
Yeah. So so this is, I call this like the barracudas of
It is like barracuda.
yeah, of freshwater. We encountered this individual that is already in last year, so you can see the recurring places that they have seen. It's just a bigger predator in town. Also here you can see that the visibility is not great. It's mainly because it's just not a lot of water, which we call
That's what he thinks.
yes.
Not a good image.
It's a fantastic image. And then there's a close up of that pike.
Nice.
Fantastic. Very good image. All right, so I can unshare, stop sharing, and then
No
share.
more.
And then
more.
Jeff, you can share Teams.
All right. Well, I'm gonna when I went to California, the like I said, I got there early, and the first thing we did, I mean, after the first day, I mean, I got there like their time, like lunchtime. Didn't really do much the first day. So the next morning we got up early because there was a section. He lives in Mission Viejo, California, and there was an area not too far away from him where there was barn owls that were supposedly being, well, not supposedly, they were being getting pictures taken of them like every single day, like, 25, 30, 50 cars, whatever, lined up on the side of the road, semi-open field, trying to get pictures of these barn owls. So we went there to take a stab at it, and let's just say, sometimes things just don't work out. I mean, it was a combination of we were there around 6 a.m. from what I remember, if not a little earlier than that. And there was already a line of cars with people out there with their big lenses on their tripods and getting ready to take pictures of these birds as they flew from some trees and went down to get mice or whatever to eat. and but we were like so far away. I only had the 600 PF with me. I didn't want to pack the 800. I had the 600 PF with me, and I did go in DX mode a few times, but we were so far away. But environmental conditions weren't good because it was hazy. And when you got, either that heat distortion problem that you can get depending on what time you shoot, when you do, wildlife photography, you get there early in the morning and you get that temperature differential and you're shooting something far away. Sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. You're not going to get that subject in focus. It's just not going to happen. And it's the same way when you got a lot of environmental stuff. And so I'm going to show you like a image of like maybe 3 images that I got out of, I don't know how many dozens that I took that I can tolerate. And I had to do big time. I doubled the resolution on the file. And then I had to do a pretty good size crop, and that was with the 600. And
that's
not bad at all. That's great.
Right.
Well, the thing is, like I said, this was only, we were there for quite a while, and I really only got 3 shots that I even consider acceptable. But you can see this isn't even really grass. This is like thorny little, I don't know what you'd call it. They're branches, obviously, and they're diving down in there and they're getting their food. And sometimes they take the food and they fly right out and they go to the right of this frame into some trees and disappear behind some trees. And other times you're waiting for them to fly out after they hit the ground, and it's like, I think they just eat the whole thing, whatever they caught, before they fly out. Sometimes you're waiting forever and you don't even you don't even see them. But I was happy that I at least got a shot.
I think you're fishing for compliments.
One. No, I was fishing to try to get a shot.
Nice. Very nice photograph.
As they say, you want that $400 shot. And then
that's good. That's good. That was with the 600, correct?
That was with the 600, but that was doubling the resolution of the file. Because you could do super resolution in Lightroom, doubles the resolution, and then an extreme crop on that, on top of that, and doing denoise and doing
sharpening.
What do you call it? The denoise, sharpening, and
upsizing,
upscaling.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think of the other thing that I use. I'm going into Lightroom quick here to see. Come on,
Jeff. Any photo,
dehaze, using the dehaze function.
Yeah. Any photo of an owl is a good photo. Correct. We don't see owls. You don't see owls that frequently.
No, actually, it's funny. That's the first one of that type of owl that I've ever seen.
Exactly.
And they have them in South Carolina, but they don't have them in my area of South Carolina. You got to go, more where the farms are and stuff like that, where you got barns and open fields and whatnot.
Oh.
And you don't have that in Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, owls are different.
Wonder what they call barn owl.
Add a little bit the haze on a linear graduate on the top half.
Yeah, but they're good.
And then we went another day to we went to a couple places one day, a place called Pioneer Town, which was I'm saving those pictures for the photo review, but it's kind of like an old Western setup from the that represent the 1800s, and it was used for shooting movies and television shows.
They're shooting with the guns, and you were shooting with the camera?
I was shooting with the camera. They had the guns, and I lost. I lost the fight.
Yeah.
I lost the fight. But that was a cool
he's got a
place
sling
to
on
go.
his arm.
That's why I got the sling, a gunshot wound. I never had a shoulder injury. This is from a gunshot wound. But this is we went to Joshua Tree, which was the first time I ever saw a desert in my life. I've never seen a desert in my lifetime. Never been anywhere where there was a desert. So
I see the Joshua Tree before you, and I'm from Australia.
Yeah. So this is a shot from Joshua Tree.
Beautiful.
You should have stayed and done Astro there.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a favorite.
Well, we were there, and of course it's dry heat, but it was still 106 degrees, and we were drinking water like crazy.
Yeah.
I see Tim has done Astro in there.
Yeah, I think Tim has.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Beautiful.
we did a. Let me find the other one here. This is just another one of Joshua Tree as well. I like this one because of the capturing the road.
Yeah.
And there we were at a higher elevation and starting to walk back down to where we parked the car. And I just kind of like this winding,
Yeah.
winding path with the road.
Yeah.
But so that was the kind of like the more fun stuff we did before the wedding. Not that the wedding wasn't fun. It was a lot of fun. It was fun, and I'm glad I wasn't the photographer. And I did everything I could, having done a few weddings, to make darn sure I wasn't a jackass and interfering with the photographer and the photographer's assistant, even though we had a lot of good conversations back and forth. But you don't want to be one of those people. You know what I'm saying? So the photographer got the better angles because I let the photographer do what the photographer was getting paid for. I wasn't getting paid for it. So here's an image. This was Tim when he was in the room where the men would get changed, where he would get ready.
All right.
Nice. Nice lighting. Nice frame.
So he and then we did get I tried to get some shots that the photographer wasn't going to get. And sometimes the photographer's assistant is trying to get shots like this. But I knew a little bit of the family. So I thought, let me get something that's different, that he probably won't get from somebody else. And that's his granddaughter.
Oh yeah.
And they handed out fans because that was a very hot day, and his wedding was at a winery in, get the name of the place right, and
That's so beautiful.
it was in Southern California wine country, Temecula Valley, and it was at a winery, and it was gorgeous, and you literally thought that you were in. No lie, that you were in Italy. It was absolutely gorgeous. And Tim's dad was there. His dad's 95 years old.
Amazing.
And still travels. Went to Vietnam earlier this year with some people where he lives. And I got this picture of him. Oh, come on. This thing is so...
I was commenting that to my wife on the email that you sent me.
Oh, wow. That's a great picture.
Yay.
Yeah. So his dad... Now, I had a picture of him with not drinking water, but I didn't put that one in. But...
That's great.
95. Imagine
95 years old, travels all over the place. you know, this picture you're going to see next is just something that's on the property. I got to get some of this stuff out of my way here in my face. But you know, this was the highlight of the trip, was to be invited to the wedding, and
That's nice.
You know,
But black and white. That should have been black.
I have it in black and white as well, but
Yay.
I did it. I
Yay.
converted it to black and white as well.
Good on you.
See, you know, this would be a perfect thing to do light painting at night.
Yeah. Light painting and Milky Way on top.
Yeah.
But that
You gotta go
was
back
Star
there.
Trails.
Gotta
Excellent.
go back there.
Or Star Trails.
Or Star Trails.
So does that mean the team had to marry again and invite everybody here? So
Yeah. And we can do light painting show at night.
is that,
Hey, hey.
Oh, that's great.
Oh.
Chair. Yeah.
man,
Beautiful.
fantastic. Congratulations again, team.
Absolutely.
so like I said, I didn't see,
And Tim, thanks for allowing Jeff to chair, because I know
Mm.
personal stuff we are all very conscious.
Yeah, exactly.
That is not sometimes the best thing, but so we do appreciate that you allowed Jeff to do this.
Yeah, I like that shot too.
Yeah.
what do you think? Should I start doing weddings again?
Yes, do
And you
that.
have to deal with the mother-in-law.
I'll do weddings
Or even
again,
the
and then
mom.
I'll quit nature photography, sell all my my big glass, and start doing weddings. I don't think so.
Yeah, we like see you suffering. Do it, do it.
But it was a beautiful wedding, and the grounds were, I mean, it was just like something out of a magazine.
What, TV didn't make any photographs?
What too busy.
Tim, yeah, you know, Tim's. He was kind enough to stay in the photograph,
Exactly.
which is
That's the difficult part. Yeah, I can understand that.
you know. So I mean, there's part of the property here too,
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
and it was just phenomenal. I mean, everywhere you went, it was just like beautiful buildings, vineyards, going out to, you know, houses here and there, you know, amongst the vineyards, and mountains, and it was just you know, blow you away. I might have one, Tim saying, I got one of the scenery. I might have one with scenery.
Well, that was partly scenery.
That was partly scenery. I'm trying to see if I got. Let's see if I got. Well, in this one, you'll see some of the scenery. It's not per se a scenery shot. I'm still not through all the pictures that I took of the actual wedding.
You can take the person from the photography, but you can't take the photography from the person. He shot.
But here you could see, you know, here's
Nice.
you know, the seating was here for the wedding. They were up in here, you know, with the ceremony, and you got the vineyards in the background, and you got the mountains, and really, really, really nice. Just absolutely gorgeous.
Gorgeous view.
Very
I told them my wife is going to hate me and say, "Boy, you cheap, you know what? You couldn't do that for me." You know, I'm like, I figured I'm going to get murdered.
I
know?
tell you the answer to that one. This is second wife.
Okay. Don't push your luck. Yes.
Exactly.
Now
Except-
I like
Except
this
you'll
one.
have half your money at that point.
I took this the day before the wedding when
Oh, that's nice.
we had the rehearsal. We had a rehearsal.
Oh yeah.
And
Very
even
nice
all the
place.
pictures I took,
Very
I didn't
nice
use
place.
flash at all. I took all the pictures I took in this area was with the ZF. The other
What
shots
lens
that I
were you
took,
using?
the other shots that I used the ZF with the 24-120,
Okay, got it.
and
Very
the
nice. Very
other
nice.
shots that I took there, Joshua Tree, I was using well, I had a bunch of lenses with me, but I probably even there I used the 24-120 a lot with the Z8. And reason I brought the Z8 instead of the Z9, one, it's a smaller body, and two, it uses the same battery that's in the
Right.
ZF. So I didn't have to bring different size batteries and different chargers and all that kind of stuff. So that's something to think about when you're packing for a trip is, you know, maybe you could try to consolidate things so that you're just bringing one type of battery with you. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think
Must have reserved this place a long time before. Must be very-
now here's the R-rated one.
Oh,
Tim, don't look, Tim.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
No, I'm being facetious. It's not R-rated, but I'll just scare him a little bit.
ooh.
Now I shot through these trees with the lights on them. The photographer was to my right, shooting straight. You know,
Okay.
straight across like
he
a
loves the
walking
frame.
path.
Not
And
like the framing.
I said, well, what
He
can I
loves
do
the
that's a
frame.
little
That's very
different?
nice.
Because obviously I can't stand next to him. So I
You
went to
could
the
have told him
left
to
and I
move.
shot through these trees, and I think it worked out pretty good.
I
No,
see
it's
so.
Well, you have to start again, man.
It's perfect.
You know?
Very nice.
Perfect.
So, but I did not use a flash at all, which was not a problem. But I will admit, for some reason, I don't know why it was happening. It was driving me nuts. Was the sometimes I don't know, it was because, you know, you're trying to do stuff quick sometimes, and it was like my autofocus mode would end up on a different, would change on me. You know, I had to go in there and change it.
I can tell you why. Look at Steve. I sometimes have to do it with a setting vertical versus horizontal. Check that video and check your setting, because sometimes you remember different settings for when you shoot in horizontal or vertical.
Yeah.
So you, I mean, it's a feature, but sometimes it can create confusion, correct?
Yeah.
Because it remembered your focusing point, it remembers some stuff vertical versus horizontal.
Okay.
And that's a tip of the day for you.
You
Tim
should have
saying,
kept
I
them
got
there.
any of the sax player. Okay. Now
You
I
should
got
have kept them there and make another photograph of the trees there to have them on a stacking photograph, to have them all through focus.
And I'm glad that that Tim put a little bit of a saxophone, because it could have been another photo of the sex player, and that would have been a trouble for
The
this channel.
sex player or the sax player?
the sex player.
Good thing we're after midnight.
Exactly.
You guys are killing me.
Yeah. Yeah, and instead of a saxophone, he put an emoji. What is an emoji of aubergine? Then I will be a little bit concerned.
Well, I did get a let me see if I can
Wow! So that Tim, so that's for the higher photographer, correct?
Yeah.
That's not a
I
saxophone.
don't think that's saxophone.
so that's the piano player.
Piano. Okay.
So he had
You
a piano player too. And I'm just trying to find the
So Tim, while you're waiting, you can at least have jet photos, okay?
There you go.
Yeah.
see if I could find one of them that I didn't do any
Editing.
editing on these yet, on some of these yet. Let me see.
Well, it looks like he was wearing sunglasses. He was probably expecting
Shadow.
Oh, shadows, exactly.
There you go.
So what is the issue with this saxophone player?
Issue?
Yes, it was a good friend of Tim, or it was a good
No,
friend?
he hired him to kind of like augment what the DJ was playing.
Ah,
So he would add like do little saxophone runs, in there during some of the songs and whatnot. And everybody was really, I tell you, the dancing was incredible. I mean, I don't dance, but I'll tell you that the family did, and that's his wife Inga with her dad,
and the photographer in the back,
and the photographer in the back with the sax player. Like I said, I couldn't shoot where he was. Here he is there.
You were on the other side photobombing him.
That's why he makes the money, and you just drink with the wine.
Well, I could have bumped him off and just did the pictures myself, but that would have
that would have been nice.
That would have been good.
This is not the Drone Wedding Photographer channel.
Yeah. I wasn't trying to get myself in any trouble. I tried to behave as much as I could, but it's funny that, like I said, the sax player went on Selective Imagery and watched some stuff, and
for that he deserved a mention and a show today.
But the bride did a lot of running around.
Yeah.
Everybody was really brisk.
She didn't change her mind.
Yeah, this was like we came out with a Runaway Bride movie part 3. I'm trying to see if I have any more of the grounds.
Yeah.
Oh, that's when
and the beauty.
The beauty.
Wow.
Oh, I already showed that one.
But I'm glad that Tim
nice area. Really nice area.
I'm glad that Tim has one of your photos before he get the one from the. So Tim, what we need to do is when you get the one from the professional, do a side-to-side comparison. Jeff versus the professional.
This was outside of a place that Tim rented where him and his future bride at the time and myself and his dad were staying the weekend of the wedding. And I would get up before everybody else, 6 a.m, and I'd go out on the back of the house and I'd get the hot air balloons flying by.
Yeah, they only take off at dawn and dusk. That's when the winds are the lowest.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was really cool, but I mean this.
You see, Tim liked my idea.
Tim, you guys could have left on the hot air balloon. What a way to depart.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I must have taken some more of the of the property.
So what is that part of California? What is
they had all these Temecula Valley.
They must have really waiting a long time to reserve this place.
It was just phenomenal. It was just phenomenal.
Must be very popular.
Like I said, this was like in one of the rooms. They had the ribbons off of the chandelier.
Beautiful.
And this was where that fountain is, like right here. When you entered in the parking lot, is you had to walk in between these huge hedges.
Oh.
So you parked like behind these hedges and you walked up through and went around the fountain, and then you had different doors that went into different places.
nice way to hide the cars.
You know, and then like I
See the
said,
web?
this was the day before this was for the rehearsal, and we were just walking around. I'm just taking pictures of the property. So this is where people got hors d'oeuvres and had drinks after the wedding was in this area. And then the room where Tim got changed there also had a pool table in it. It was all decked out nice, a room to change into, and you know, the men that were in there hanging out with them could shoot pool if they wanted to. The property was just, you know, gorgeous.
Gorgeous, yeah.
Tim was asking about the cigar bar. If you have any photos of that.
Cigar bar pictures.
And I check on the map. This Temecula Valley is south of Los Angeles, north of San Diego, kind of halfway, and Highway 15.
Yeah, it was a pretty good. You know, he could correct me if I'm wrong. I'm thinking of Tim. What was it, about 2-hour drive from where you live to get there? 2.5, 2 hours, 2.5, something like that. Let me see. Oh, that's the bride and her dad again.
Jeff, you telling me you didn't upload all your images of keywords so you can do a search?
No, I don't use Lightroom in that manner. I should, but it requires so much time.
Hey, Robert, look at the possibilities. If this would have been Terry, we would have 50,000 photos of the wedding.
Here's another image of the
Then
property.
Tim have to choose from many, not
Exactly.
just you.
All right, where's the bar? I know I took a picture of the bar.
Did you send a copy to Tim? You're not getting his wedding pictures until a month later. So.
Well, I sent him like 20 pictures, but I've got a lot that I still have to edit.
Okay.
They haven't agreed on the price yet.
Yeah. Well, you know, and then the ones that, you know, are blackmail photos, I have to negotiate what I'm going to get paid for those.
Exactly.
You see, I know what I'm talking about.
There's a cigar bar, people.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
There's the outdoor cigar bar. And but yeah, it was something. It was something.
I see there was crappy weather.
Yeah.
Oh, let me tell you, it was warm. It was warm wearing a suit, I'll tell you that. Well, I mean that's a good sampling of what went on, but
Well, thank you so much. Thanks to you for
Excellent.
sure, and congratulations
Yep.
to Tim, and thanks to Tim for allowing the sharing.
yeah, appreciate it, Tim. Now that I embarrassed you a little bit, maybe, hopefully not.
And Roy, nice to see a reel-to-reel tape player. I haven't seen one of those in a long time.
Yeah.
All right, so let me reshare.
Reshare and
So these actually, there's a couple of more photos from Kubarazzi. This one here, and I'm sorry, let me put it on this mode. Let's try this. All right, so he had a couple of images of what he called a catfish. Now I'm not familiar with this. It looked more to me like a cyclid type of fish, but also fresh water.
Yeah, but cyclid is for fresh water.
Yes, but this he call it.
I thought it is on a fresh water. It's on a lake, isn't it?
Yes, these are all from either lakes or river. So there you can see these two final photos. So as good sake of Kubarazzi, we do appreciate your underwater photography. Fantastic, and
Very nice.
don't worry. I mean, keep sending us because we never get tired of seeing what you have been doing for sure. So now I'm sharing.
Even if you don't like them, like these ones, yeah.
Yeah, and he's like us, very critical of his own craft, but he produces fantastic images. So it's a couple of photos of what I have been doing myself. So let me show you quickly here. So I this year have been trying, not successfully all the time, to capture more action, the interaction between the hummingbirds. As I said, hummingbird season, right? And every now and then, they are big fighters, but capturing in that mode is extremely difficult. So if you're lucky, and I was lucky this time, I got a couple of images where both of them were close enough and stayed enough for me to capture them. So these are a couple of fighting broad-tailed hummingbirds, right? Done with the C8 and the 600 PF, right? And as you can see here, this is ISO 2500,
We
1
still
over 4
see
cap.
we still
We
see the
can see.
capture.
We still see the Scubarachi one.
Oh, it didn't move. That's strange. Okay, so let me stop sharing and reshare. Window.
Now we see it.
Here we are.
Exactly. So that's the narration that I already gave you, so I don't want to repeat that one.
Gustavo was just showing those hummingbirds that look like fish.
Yes. So I was happy with this one. Now the next couple of ones I do like it better because here, unfortunately, they were fighting closer to the feeder in the background, and I could have deleted the feeder, but this is the way it was taken. Correct. I didn't want to bother doing all that. I mean, it's showing what they do, correct? So, but these two were away from the feeder, and I cut out of the frame the vertical one, right? And I do like these poses, correct? They were close by.
Very nice.
They're
real good.
Yeah, they are in good focus. At least one of the birds is in good focus, and I mean, they are so entertaining, correct? That's what I love to see some of this. So that's one of the things. Now, as I have mentioned before, my favorite species is the
tiny,
the Rufus hummingbird, correct? Which you can see, this is at my location. This is the only time they are around, correct? Between July to September, and this is actually a male, which are the first one to depart. So these guys in my area, they are not there anymore, correct? So this time I managed to capture some photos. You will see those on the comment, but this is one of those fights. Unfortunately, the other one was only partially in the frame, so I cropped only around him, so I didn't get the two fighting at the same time. But I like the pose, correct? That you can see how ferocious these guys are, correct? And how they try to intimidate each other during the fight, correct? I mean, it's difficult to get. Only a short period of time to get. This is definitely the male Rufus is a fantastic bird. Right? Now I got another location where they're still around, so hopefully this week I will have more chance to take some photos. I don't know whether it would be better on those, but definitely I like those. Great. So anyway, let me show off a little bit more. So this is from Iceland. So this one actually was one of the highlights of
class, isn't it?
One of the highlights from the Iceland trip, correct? When I put the presentation, because I did not expect to see this rock ptarmigan. Now there is a whole story that I will reserve for when I make the presentation, all right? But this female rock ptarmigan it was very nice to be able to photograph, right? And he gave me some great opportunities, right? I mean,
blend right in with the rock.
Oh, you have no
Like
idea.
perfect, like perfectly.
I don't want to spoil the whole thing, but I came down to take some photos of landscape, and suddenly, I hear some noise, and this guy went, and I only have like a 14 to 24 millimeter in my hand, so I had to go back to the car, get the other lens, change lenses, and try to see if I can find it. So hopefully, as you can see, I was able to find it back. Correct. But I will tell the whole story when we do the Iceland presentation. But definitely gave me some great opportunities. Correct. And I was pleased with the, and that's the great thing about the 600 PF. Correct. The flexibility, the being able to, these are all handheld with me chasing this bird. I mean, uh, I cannot do that with the 600 TC, right? Therefore,
And it's the same bird which shed the feather on white on the window, or
yes.
the different?
So actually, I think it was Anita.
It's the same one. Yeah.
It shows some rock ptarmigans, and I think where they go to photograph aurora, and they were purely white. Yes, they are spectacular. Also,
The same. Yeah.
which is this is their basically breeding proof.
Excellent camouflage.
Oh, you have no.
By the way.
Wait until you see the other photos, Terry.
Yeah.
It's amazing because here there was some greenery. When there's only rock, you cannot see anything. Huh? and then I chose some photos of the artifacts, correct? Which again another highlight from this trip. And like Terry said, I was telling you, you cannot take the wildlife photographer out of me, correct? I mean, I go places to photograph landscape, and the animals show up, and that's it, correct? And last time I showed you some of the photos taken with the Z8 on the 600, but I have the 800 on the Z9, right? So this is taken with the 800 on the C9. So it's only this week that I went to some of the C9 photos, and this is one of those. Right? So because I'm making progress, I will make a presentation, but definitely quite happy with some of the captures from the Iceland trip. All right. Any comments, or anybody else want to share something? Otherwise, we go to upcoming. I think we have done our time today.
Yeah, we've done more than our time.
4 hours and 15 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But all right. So this is what we have in the calendar, guys. So image review September 5th. Right. That would be, for the time being, Jeff plus panel, unless Jeff decides to go back to California.
No, I'm not. The only thing I want to comment on that is because I'm a one-armed
photographer
here right now. If you could send me the images early as you can, it gives me more time to get everything in order, because I can't do it as fast as I can when I have two good arms.
So as we indicated early on, we have now the spot for September 19 is taken. So I already have seen some of the beginnings of the photos from Terry, what he put in together a special presentation for us. Correct. So September 19, that will be a special presentation for Terry on Chovy in Botswana, on travel and nature photography. So he incorporated, give you an idea what it took for him to get there, what you see, where is Botswana, where is these places that he visited, etc., etc. Then, of course, we have the October the 3rd review, and I probably will be traveling during that one, if I'm correct, but I will let you know, Jeff. We probably will be visiting my son, but my intention is to connect from there. Right? And then we don't have any presentation for October, correct? And November. So if you guys have some ideas, and I know Skuarasi, when he's working on some stuff, I may put the Iceland stuff, but if anybody else have something before me, and I know now Anita has gone to Alaska, so I'm sure that she will have a lot of photos. But we let her go through that before we try to make her a presentation, because we know Alaska is a destination many would like to have. So this is what we have. So as a way of a promo, let me show you here the kind of reminder for that September 19 on Terry's presentation. And he already gave us a thumbnail. Okay? And in the pipeline, as I say, Kubarasi, and I also have something on Iceland. So I see somebody at the beginning, I think it was a person that asked that how he can get image for the next image review. So this is the usual slide that we have for that one. So next image review will be September 5th. And you can send your photos to selectedimage1@gmail.com. Format, I would say the minimum will be 2048 pixels, and the long end is slightly bigger, preferable, or it's okay. Deadline should be the Friday before the image review. Right?
I've sent mine.
Exactly, that's very good.
Barry sent me his. I haven't put them on my desktop yet. But
the question is whether he sent it before Bob. And please do send a description of your photo to the email to Jeff. I think we have wonderful people like Kubarasi and Martin who send fantastic descriptions. Sometimes we cannot even pass to you everything that all the information they give to us. So that's what we have, Jeff. And with that, I think we are finishing for today, but we can always start wrapping up here.
Can I make a question to Robert before we?
Of course. I mean, we don't have to rush out, but just the official portion is done.
Waiting for him on Wednesday or send him an email. You remember you told me about making the presentation smaller.
Mm-hmm.
We click on the photograph. You have the picture format, and then
you're looking for something that says compress images.
Yeah, but where?
I don't. No, we can talk it after we end the.
And we can talk on Wednesday anyway. That's good.
Exactly. And I already reviewed today your presentation and some minor comments, but it is a fantastic start there. It's going well because you even have not yet put the photos, correct, that you're going to show. These are just the preambles.
Yeah. And I have already changed it with the guys that give me some beautiful ideas, and I've changed a little bit already on the beginning.
So that's good, guys. So anything else, Jeff, on your side?
I'm ready to hit the sack because I haven't slept really good since the surgery. I'm having trouble sleeping, so I've been, my wife says, "What's your schedule for today?" I said, "Well, sit on every couch and every chair in the house, watch YouTube, go on the computer, fall asleep again, sit on another couch, watch something else, play with the dog. Nothing exciting. Pretty."
Go for it.
Boring for a long time, I'll tell you that, and no picture taking for a long time either. So I'm gonna go start crazy.
Take your photo, your camera, make yourself, man, selfies.
Ugh, nobody wants to look at me. I didn't tell you, like I said, nobody wants to look at me. I actually have to send out checks for people to get them to come on the show.
Exactly.
That's how bad it is.
All right.
But again, Robert, thank you very much for the presentation as usual. Very excellent. Professional, excellent. I think I'm going to be rewatching that for sure. And
I have recorded.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's going to be recorded, so we can always watch it slowly to fully appreciate what you have done. And nice to see you all, especially Mr. Bixby here. Going around and getting better.
He has fun. He's running around. You see him?
He's trying to run over the cockatoos with his chair.
Exactly. So, anyways, wonderful
Who's
community
muted?
we have, guys. Wonderful community.
You are muted.
But
You are muted, Roy.
yeah, you're muted, Roy. Can't hear you.
Yeah, there's an association. All right.
Yeah, that's right. Bank photograph.
How's that? There you go. You got it.
So anyway,
You run over any birds with that device you're sitting in yet, or no?
I tried to chase them off though. They're eating the house.
Uh-oh, they start taking over the house on the inside, you're in trouble.
I have tried.
But
so anyway, Jeff,
Yeah.
shall we leave it at this?
we'll leave it at this, and thank everybody. Thanks everybody on the panel for supporting the channel and
I
the
don't have
team
the effect.
and
I'll make it by myself.
great presentation. As always, Robert, great job. And thank everybody in the chat that visited us, and for those that sent in some pictures that we could all enjoy before the photo review. And wish everybody well. Have some good fun out there taking pictures. Until next time, we shall see you
Good night.
shortly.
Bye, guys.